please secure a pen and paper, jotting down notes. I would like to welcome everyone to the Beliran State University School of Teacher Education free BLEP Web View. Now, what does BLEP stand for? So, it stands for Board Licensure Examination for Professional Teachers. Web View. So, instead of review, we use Web View because we cannot be here face to face. So, instead, we have this. And please take note that this meeting is being recorded.
Hello, hello, hello. For a while, everyone, since our moderator this afternoon still having technical difficulty with her device. Any moment now, we will start our review.
So hello, good afternoon everyone. I think Heidi Quijano is on board. Hello Heidi, good afternoon.
So before we officially start,
Balik na lang ko. Okay, now before we start, let's have first the Philippine national anthem and the prayer to be played by the video.
Tayo nang tumayo at ilagay ang kanang kamay sa dibdib at sabay-sabay nating awitin ang pambansang awit ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Pero sa sinamanan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang tinirang, nguyang ka ng manibig, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisipin, sa dagatan mo, sa sinay at sa langit mong butang, magdilagang mula namin sa paglayang minamahal, mag-isat ng matawan, tuwinan mo, ay kanang didinig, ang bituin at araw ng kailan, kamay magdidinig, lupa ng araw-awal, bakit magsimba, buhay langit sa Pilipinas. Ang ligaya dapat may makakit, makamalay ng dahil sa'yo. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O Divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive. It is in pardoning that we are pardoned. And it's in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen.
Now, to introduce our lecturer for today, may I call on Mr. Mark Christian Almazan.
To our lecturer, Sir Kevin Lagat, from TJ, Sir Jason. I think I see Sir Greg Siat. Hello, sir. To all the students on board, I think most of them are PSL Social Studies. Reviewees, our dearest reviewees, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Um, may I have the honor to present our lecture this afternoon in the continuation of our STED Free Black Review. Since we already conducted the first, second, and third sessions last year, starting with the Filipino, English, and mathematics. Now, this is our fourth session, the social studies. And may I have the honor to introduce our lecturer. So, Sir Jason, please kindly. Our lecturer is a licensed professional teacher and currently the special assistant to the administration and finance of the presidential management team of the office of the president of Biliran Province State University. So during his time in the as a student, um, two-time regional champion of the PASUK Quiz Bowl, that's a team competition, and a second runner-up National PASUK Quiz Bowl 2017. And again, that's a team competition. So, his educational background, he is a graduate of Biliran Province State University with a Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Social Studies. He graduated magna cum laude, best in Social Studies in 2018. Currently, he is taking his Master of Science in Development Sociology at Visayas State University from 2019 until the present. So, ladies and gentlemen, a good friend of mine and sa tanan, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kevin T. Lagat. Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Hello, Sir Mark. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, future licensed professional teachers. Good afternoon, future LPTs, and of course, our social studies students that I have invited uh, for this session. So, can I be heard clearly? Can you press 1 or type 1 in the chat box if you can hear me clearly? Everyone, please. Press 1 if you can hear me clearly. Okay, I'm receiving responses only from my co-teachers here. What about the students? This lecture is for you, so I have to know if you can hear me clearly. Okay. Okay, press 1. Okay, instruction. When I say press 1, you press 1. In a licensure examination, instruction is very, very important. Even if you have answered all the questions in the examination but you did not follow the instruction, you will end up failing the exam. And we don't want that to happen. Okay? So that's my first reminder to all of you who will be taking the licensure examination for teachers. So if I instruct you to do this and do that, you have to follow, especially if your proctor actually would instruct you to tier or this paper, to submit this paper, you have to follow the instruction. Okay, so that's the very important tip before you take the exam. Follow the instruction. Now, I want you to open your cameras. Open your cameras, everyone. Open your cameras, everyone. Again, follow instruction. Open your cameras. Open your cameras. Open your cameras. Please don't be shy. Melanie Carba, wala pa nag-open. Julina Vega.
Please
Okay, please raise your hands.
let us participate.
Please raise your hands. Open your cameras.
Ang di mag-open ng
Please
camera,
participate,
hindi
ladies and
mapapasa.
gentlemen. Okay. Oo. Wag naman sana. Okay, I think Jobert don't have a camera or cannot open his camera. I don't know. Okay. Sige, Sir Jason, please take a group photo before we start.
Okay, there are still reviewees who did not open their camera. Please
Please
give
open their cameras.
for a while.
But before that, Sir Jason, I would like to acknowledge the presence of our BEd chairperson, one of the review lecturers
Yes.
as well, Dr. Greg Siat. Hello, sir. Okay, okay na siguro. Yung iba nahihiya. Well, anyway, okay. So, let's start. Allow me to present my PowerPoint presentation. Before that, I have to ask you some questions. Who among you here will be taking the licensure examination this September 26th? Raise your hand. We have one, two, three, four. Pila man gyud? One, two, three, four, five. Jobert is not included, no? So, five. We have five examinees for September 26 board licensure examination
Sure.
for professional teachers. So, ngayon pa lang sinusumpa ko na magpapasa kayo. Okay, so congratulations. Palakpakan naman dyan. Claim it. Okay. Attract positive energy, not negative energy. That's very important in the examination because once you step to the examination area, you have to bring with you the confidence. Yung magpadala-dala o sa kapulba, magasayop-sayop na hinoon. So kalma and claim it that you can pass the board licensure examination for teachers. Okay, so palakpakan. Palakpakin daan yung kagalingan sa karon. Well, anyway, let's start our session for this afternoon. By the way, thank you, Sir Mark, for the very kind introduction. No? So let me share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay, press 2 if you can now see my screen. Press 2. Press 2. Okay, good. So I need participation as we go along with the review because it's very difficult on my part to monitor who is participating and who is not participating. So please participate when I tell you to type this one, please type, huh? Okay, thank you. So our review for this afternoon is social studies, no? Or social sciences, rather. This is a mistake. So general education, social sciences. Okay, social studies is the name of our specialization. No? So I'm sorry. So the objective of this review is to review common facts, concepts, and ideas covered in general education, social sciences, particularly in the following areas: history, Philippine and world history, Rizal, life and works of Rizal, geography, culture and the arts, Philippine government and constitution, economics and taxation, and then the current trends and issues. So, to tell you, general education, social science is actually has the broadest scope when it comes to the number of disciplines covered, no? So if you will look at the POS of the PRC, the Gen Ed Soc Sci has the most number of covered disciplines. And then, well, fortunately or unfortunately to some of you, uh, mostly the coverage of the level of knowledge, no, in Gen Ed Soc Sci is more on remembering, no, not really more on analysis like Prof Ed and other subjects. In Gen Ed Soc Sci, most of the items would really require you to recall facts, concepts, and ideas. So there is really a need for you to read, memorize, but I advise to read read the concepts repeatedly. Kasi sometimes when you just memorize, no, wala. Minsan nawawala siya. Then after exam mo na naging laawag kang kanang niya gistudihan. So it's better that you read and read and read. That's my pila na to nga tip, ma'am. Third. My third tip for you for Gen Ed, Socsai, and taking the exam. Read and read. In fact, I invited my students here, third year BS Ed Socsai, because I want them na ngayon pa lang, they already know how the questions for Gen Ed Socsai will be constructed when they take the examination during their time. Okay? So let's start na. Magdagan ako nasulti, no? So first question, I want everyone to answer. In the Philippine government, the earliest and smallest service of governance is the blank. This is during the pre-Hispanic period. Huh?
Letter
In the
C.
Philippine government, the earliest, you type the letter so that everyone can answer. Please do not, sorry, I forgot to tell you that instruction a while ago. Do not tell the answer. You just type in the answer. Okay, we have Mark B said it's C. Evelyn, says C. Okay, majority of the answers are C. Is that correct? Yes, the answer is letter C, barangay. Again, the question is, in the Philippine government, what is the clue here in this question? The clue here is actually earliest, no, and smallest. So, of course, the answer is barangay. I believe that you have taken Philippine history or readings in Philippine history already, and this is one of the first topics covered in that particular subject. So let's discuss deeper what is barangay. So barangay is actually a type of early pre-colonial Filipino settlement. When we say pre-colonial, because you might be confused of some terminologies, no? Di ba pre is the prefix of before. Colonial is meaning yung colonization, yung pagsakop sa atin ng mga Pilipino, no? So pre-colonial is uh, wala, bago tayo sakupin ng mga or sinakop ng mga Espanyol o ng mga Amerikano. So, it's a pre-colonial Filipino settlement, that is barangay, no? The word is actually derived from balangay, no? The name for sailboats or bangka that originally brought settlers of Malay or Malay stock to the Philippines from Borneo. Uh, if I will no longer expound this one, kinana sa inyong Philippine history, no, ang the story of the 10 datus who came from Borneo, then you landed in Panay. So na you have that story, no. So balangay, that's the etymology of the word. And for the social structure of the barangay, please take note of this. At the apex is actually the dato and his family. No? This is how they are stratified. So the datu or the and the datus family is actually at the top of the pyramid. So at the middle are actually the free men, and we call that in pre-Spanish time as timawa. And At the bottom of the pyramid is actually the aliping namamahay and aliping sa gigilid. So there are two types of alipin. Alipin is the Filipino term for slave, no? But in Bisaya, no? In Bisaya, the term used is uripon. Uripon, not alipin, no? So, nakuha naman siguro ninyo, no? So, namamahay meaning nasa bahay. Ang 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 advantage pag ikaw ay isang aliping namamahay is that you cannot be sold by your master. At one reason na posibleng naging aliping namamahay yung isang Pilipino is baka nabaon sa utang. Yan usually yung reason bakit nagiging alipin yung sinaunang Pilipino noon. Nabaon sa utang, etc. Or may konting kasalanan, ganyan. But for aliping sa gigilid, usually these are the people who were captured during wars. Uh, when we talk of war, no, in the pre-Spanish uh, barangay, yung maliit na gera lang paglusob ng one barangay versus other barangay, no? So they are the Filipinos captured during the war, kaya sila yung nasa pinakamababang uh, pinakamababang antas ng lipunan, no? Aliping sa gigilid. At sir, bakit sila tinawag na aliping sa gigilid? I remember when we went to Vigan last 2016 and we went to a mansion, an old mansion, and there was really this way, yung bang daan sa gilid ng bahay kung saan doon daw dumadaan yung mga alipin. So tinawag silang aliping sa gigilid kasi sa gilid lang sila ng bahay allowed pumasok. Oo. And then they are not allowed to go inside the house. And in the pre-Spanish time, no, also, yung mga bahay kasi is, di ba, merong first floor na doon nilalagay yung alagang hayop, yung uh, ano pa, yung mga harvest, doon natutulog yung aliping sa gigilid, sa baba ng bahay. Sa taas, no, doon yung aliping na mamahay at yung may-ari ng bahay. So I hope you got the difference. Can you press 1 kung naintindihan yon? Press 1 please. Okay, good. So this is the structure, and this social structure of pre-Spanish barangay was actually changed, no, during the time of the Spaniards, because yung naging grupo na ng mga tao na nasa pinakataas, no, ng triangle ay yung mga Spaniards, no, and then yung pamilya ng dato ay nasa pinakamababang sumunod sa antas, no, ng mga Spaniards, tapos Timawa, tapos Alipin. Okay. So, how about the religion of early Filipinos? So, the religion of early Filipinos is actually paganism or animism. Yung anito, di ba? Nakita niyo ba sa larawan kung sino yung may dala ng anito? Nakikita nyo? Press 2 kung nakikita. Press 2 kung nakikita yung nasa larawan. Okay. Kung mapapansin ninyo, yung nasa larawan ay babae. Yung may hawak ng anito ay babae. Ang tawag sa kanya is actually babaylan or katalonan. No? So if you compare early Filipino women than early European women before, hindi makakailan na yung babae sa lipunan sa sinaunang lipunan ay binibigyan ng pagpapahalaga higit sa pagpapahalaga na binibigay sa mga sinaunang babae doon sa Europa o sa ibang panig ng mundo, no? Because women before in the pre-Spanish time are considered as the bridge between man and God, no? So, and they are the only one na binibigyan ng papel na yan, ng pagiging babaylan or katalonan. Question, Sir, pwede ba maging babaylan o katalonan yung isang lalaki sa panahon noon? The answer is yes, but they have to wear like a woman. Oh, like a babaylan. Kailangan nilang magdamit na pambabae para maging babaylan sila kung sila ay isang lalaki. So again, don't forget, the religion is paganism or animism. Then the priestess is the babaylan or the katalonan. Okay. How about the political structure? So, dato ang tawag sa pinuno ng barangay, no? And the dato, take note, is actually exercise all functions of government that we have right now. That includes the executive, legislative, and judicial or hukum, no, na functions. But there are actually elders. In other book, ang tawag sa mga elders na to ay actually maginoo, no? But in Bisaya and in some parts of Mindanao, they are actually called atubang sa datu or agorang, no? Ang tawag sa matatanda at marurunong na nagbibigay ng payo sa datu. Nagbibigay lamang sila ng payo sa datu. Advisor lamang, but it doesn't mean that they execute, craft, and interpret laws in the pre-Spanish barangay. Okay, nakuha? Press 5 kung nakuha. Press 5. This is very important, ha? Okay. There is also what we call umalohokan or a town crier. So, kung baga ito yung nagbibigay ng announcement. Ano ba yung Pilipino sa announcement? Nagbibigay ng announcement sa barangay. Siya yung umiikot sa barangay pag merong pinapaalam yung datu, no? So, yun. Ang tawag sa kanya is umalohokan. So, I hope that's clear. Okay. How about the economy of early Spanish early Spanish Philippines? Ano? Ay, hindi pa. The economy is actually based on barter, no? Or pagpapalitan ng kalakal. So, subsistence inside and outside through trading or pangangalakal. So, that's basically the economy na kinabubuhay ng mga sinaunang Pilipino. Okay. Now, I move to, dapat question number 2 to, but anyway. So, Republic Act 10963, this is another topic, is also called blank. Please type your answers in the chat box. What is your answer?
C.
My instruction is to type,
Train
right?
law.
Type your answers. Again, please follow instruction. Very important. Okay. The answer is train law. Sino yung sumagot kanina nung naka-on yung mic? Sino 'yon? Okay. Okay, sige na lang. Si Roselyn, si Roselyn. Roselyn, can you hear me? Roselyn, okay. What does train stands for? Your answer is train, di ba? So what does train stands for? Okay? Baka hindi ako naririnig ni sino yan? Si Miss Roselyn. Okay. So train, ano, sige na lang. So train stands for, the answer is train. Tama yon. So train stands for what? The tax reform, acceleration, and inclusion. Okay, law. That's actually train. So how do you analyze if you have questions like this, no, tapos wa ka kasabot sa answer, kung saan maninimo? Kung saan mo po siya pag-analyze? For example, Republic Act, dagan ba ya kayo Republic Act? Masyadong marami yung Republic Act. And to tell you, mahirap i-memorize yan kasi hindi naman tayo lawyers, you know? So, it's very difficult to actually, again, to actually memorize all laws of this country. But what's the best option that we have? No? So, the best option is actually to omit, no? To omit those items or those choices that we think are not uh, or do not have the chance to be the right answer. So for example, yung A, divorce law. Meron bang divorce law sa Pilipinas? Hello? Wala, di ba? Wala pang divorce law sa Pilipinas. No, wala. So you automatically omit letter A. So you now have B, C, and D. Meron bang anti-mendicancy law in the Philippines? Sir, unsa nang mendicancy? Mo na problema karon, no? So, you have to really read no a lot of terms and words so that if you encounter that word in the examination, you will really know what does it mean. So, di ka malipat. So, anti-mendicancy law is actually a law prohibiting panglilimos. So technically, bawal din talaga ang manglimos. We have a law for that. And that law is called anti-mendicancy law. But, makayang kaog ka ng, ngano kailangan man nimo siya i-omit. Kung kitawan ninyo ang Republic Act, it's 10963. So, meaning bago yung batas. Diba? So, it is something new na batas. So, ang anti-mendicancy law is matagal na yan na batas eh. So, siguro, no? Siguro, I don't know sa inyo, no? Hindi nyo narinig to sa mga panahong to. Trilo, narinig nyo na yan eh, sa TV, etc. So, kung mag-start gali na og 10, 11, 12, it means the law is something new. So, you omit right away those law na luma na or hindi kayo familiar kasi sometimes yung tulad nitong batas na to, anti-mendicancy law, luma na to na batas. So, omit right away. How about anti-tambay law? Meron ba tayong batas na anti-tambay law? May batas ba na anti-tambay? No? So, kung natay batas na anti-tambay, ipang-aresto na tatanan. So, automatically, walang batas na anti-tambay. So, you have one option, that's train law. Diba? So, that's one strategy that you can use when uh, you think you're not familiar with the particular law. Okay. So let's discuss further. So Republic Act 10963 was actually signed into law by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. So the tax reform for acceleration and inclusion law aims to remedy some tax-related deficiencies. It was implemented in January 8, 2018. And this is basically the reason why ngano mahal ang tang, ngano mahal ang nesty, ngano mahal kasi pinatungan niya ng malaking syntax, no? Then Republic Act 1563, and this is the anti-mendicancy law, which prohibits begging or soliciting charitable donations by poor and other religious organizations on the streets. Okay. So, yeah. So, second question. The Second Republic of the Philippines is also known as blank. What is the answer? Please type the answer. Hala. Again, the instruction is to type the answer in the chat box. Please listen and please follow the instruction. Okay, Jovert said D, okay. So the answer is actually letter D. Congratulations to the Japanese sponsored republic. So I don't know if it's clear. Hopefully it's clear, no? So the first republic actually started after the war between Spain and the Filipino revolutionaries during the time of Emilio Aguinaldo uh, stopped. No? So the first republic was established by the Aguinaldo administration in his time. No? And in fact, this is considered to be the first republic in Asia. And this is also called as the, what's the other term for the first Philippine Republic? That is the Taipatay. Okay, very good. That's the Malolos Republic, founded by Emilio Aguinaldo. Okay, so it was also during this time that the independence of the Philippines was proclaimed. Question, di ba I told you to bring notes? I hope mag-take down notes sa question. So, uh, kalimutan ko na tuloy. What year did Aguinaldo, the date rather, the date that Aguinaldo proclaimed Philippine independence? Date, when the independence was proclaimed. Sige daw. Okay. The date is June 12, 1898. Oh, Mendry is joining. Okay, hello Mendry. So, June 12, 1898. Tama. Where? Sige daw, where? Okay, the answer is Kawit, Cavite. Very good. So, the Philippine independence was proclaimed in June 12, 1898 in Kawit, Cavite. Question, another question. Another question. Who wrote the Proclamation of Independence? Who wrote? Okay, it's actually Ambrosio Rianzares Bautista. Take note of that, ha? Ambrosio Rianzares Bautista. So, it was Emilio Aguinaldo, the first and the last president of the First Republic. I forgot one question pa. What form of government was uh, used by Aguinaldo, no, when he proclaimed the Philippine independence? No? What form of government yung itinatag ni Aguinaldo nung iprinoklaman niya yung Philippine independence? Hmm? What form of government? It's actually a military form of government. So we are not in a democracy when our independence was proclaimed. So just in case ba natanungin sa left, ha? We are in a military form of government during that time. Then Commonwealth, you have Quezon. Then Second Republic, I'll discuss this uh, deeply pa. So First Republic again, published in Malolos. It was the independence was proclaimed 1898, but the First Republic was inaugurated on June 23, 1899, and it existed until March 23, 1901. So the first president again is Emilio Aguinaldo, but the First Republic ceased to exist when Aguinaldo was captured on March 23, 1901. Question, saan naaresto si Emilio Aguinaldo? Yes, revolutionary or military form of government. Okay, the answer is Palanan, Isabela. Okay. Thank you for that, Mandri. And of course, the last, no, but unofficial president of the First Republic is Miguel Malvar. Next, the Commonwealth government is actually a 10-year transitional period in the Philippine history from 1935 to 1946. So, in preparation for independence from the United States, as provided for under the Philippine Independence Act, or more popularly known as the Tidings-McDuffie Law. Again, the Philippine Independence Act is called the Tidings-McDuffie Law. So who is the president during the Commonwealth? So the presidents were Manuel Quezon from 1935 to 1944, specifically August 1, 1944. Why it ended here? Because Manuel Quezon died because of tuberculosis. Then, after he died, he was succeeded by Sergio Osmeña from Cebu from August 1 to 1944 until May 28, 1946. Okay? So basically, Sergio Osmeña continued the, the term of Manuel Quezon because during the time of Quezon, his vice president was Sergio Osmeña. Okay. So in May 28, 1946, there was an election and it was Manuel Rojas who won that election. So take note of this. The first president of the Philippine Commonwealth is Manuel Quezon. The last president of the Philippine Commonwealth is Manuel Rojas. And it was also Manuel Rojas who is the first president of the Third Republic. Okay. So, unsa man tong Second Republic? Second Republic is the name of the republic no, during the Japanese occupation. It's actually the Japanese-sponsored Philippine government. Okay. Because it was a puppet state, no? And then the only president during this time is Justice Jose P. Laurel. So the Third Republic actually started in 1946 during the proclamation of the Philippine independence. When was the proclamation of Philippine independence from the Americans. Date of the Philippine independence under American time. Okay, it's July 4, 1946. Very good. How about the others? Please participate, ha? July 4, 1946, proclamation of the Philippine independence. And this is also the Independence Day of America. So they actually patterned our independence, not to their Independence Day. July 4, the 4th of July. Okay. Uh, the presidents of the Third Republic were Manuel Rojas, Elpidio Quirino, Ramon Magsaysay. Okay. Please turn off your microphone, Miss Maria. Okay. Ramon Magsaysay, Carlos Garcia, Diosdado Macapagal, and Ferdinand Marcos. So there are 6 presidents during the Third Republic. And then the Fourth Republic started during the Marcos era. So technically, Ferdinand Marcos, is the first president of the Fourth Republic and the last president of the Third Republic. Nakuha? Okay. So then, the Fourth Republic actually covers the dictatorship of Ferdinand Marcos, also known as Ferdinand Marcos Dictatorial Administration. The Marcos era includes the final years of the Third Republic, that's 1965 to 1972. Then the Philippines under martial law, 1972 to 1981, and majority of the Fourth Republic. Question: what proclamation declared martial law? What? Yes. What proclamation number declared martial law in the Philippines? This is important. None siya sa mga reviewers. What proclamation? It's, fortunately, I can type, no? So, it's proclamation, Presidential Proclamation 1081. Take note of that, ha? The proclamation that placed the entire Philippines in martial law is Proclamation 1081 during the Marcos era. And of course, the last president of the Fourth Republic is Corazon Aquino. Cory Aquino. Nabutan niya pa yung Fourth Republic. Because he actually served as the transitionary president for the Fifth Republic when the 1987 Constitution was already drafted. So under Aquino rather, the Philippines would adopt a new constitution ending the Fourth Republic and ushering in the beginning of the Fifth Republic with the People Power Revolution. Corazon Aquino's assumption into power marked the restoration of democracy in the country. So the presidents of the Fifth Republic are Corazon Aquino, Fidel Ramos, Joseph Estrada, Gloria Arroyo, Benigno Aquino, and Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Okay, nakuha. So, if mga tana si PRC, how many Philippine Republic do we have in the country? How many republics? We have 5. Okay. And then, mga tana si PRC, how many presidents do we have as of June 12, 1898 to karon. Unsay date karon? September September 2021. We have how many presidents? 15? Are you sure? My reference is always Marcos, actually, no, the Fourth Republic. So, Marcos is the 10th president of the Republic of the Republic of the Philippines. And after Marcos, there were six presidents. So we now have 16 presidents. So 16 presidents, Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Okay? So we have 16 presidents. And what if pangutana si PRC o President Rodrigo Duterte is the blank president of the Fifth Republic? What would be the answer? The answer would be, please type the answer. Nangutan na si PRC. President Rodrigo Duterte is the blank president of the Fifth Republic. There's a difference, ha? Kita, i-analyze ang question. President Rodrigo Duterte is the blank president of the Fifth Republic. Huh? Yes, correct, Mark D. President Duterte is the sixth president of the Fifth Republic. But if PRC will ask you question, President Duterte is blank president of the Philippines, not specifically saying Fifth Republic, etc. The answer would be 16. But ang tanong kasi is, President Duterte is the blank president of the Fifth Republic. And remember, Fifth Republic started during the time of Aquino, Corazon Aquino. Then, until now, Rodrigo Duterte. So, Corazon Aquino to Duterte, Duterte is the sixth president. Again, so be careful with the timeline, and sometimes PRC would raise questions that are tricky. So you have to be very careful and analyze the answer dun. Analyze first the question before you answer. Kaya kung magka-erasure gani na ang imuhang answer sheet, bangin iluwa na sa machine. Simpa ko lang, no? So let us be careful. Analyze first the question before you decide to shade your answer. Okay. I have to call somebody. Jobert. Ayan na lang. Kanagagay na tanong. So, just take note, ha? Ayaw pagpalipat-lipat. Okay. First Republic is only Emilio Aguinaldo. Commonwealth. Who are the presidents of Commonwealth? Quezon, Osmeña, and Rojas. For the Second Republic, isa lang ang president, Laurel. For the Third Republic, you have Rojas. Then, namatay si Rojas kay heart attack. Ipulihan ni Quirino. Tapos, si Quirino, ipulihan sa ihang defense secretary, si Ramon Magsaysay. Kani po si Ramon Magsaysay, na-crash ang aeroplano, namatay. Nipuli ang iyang vice president. Isang vice president, si Carlos P. Garcia, ang akong brother. So, and then, si Carlos P. Garcia, iyang gikontra ang iyang vice president. Murag familiar. Iyang gikontra yung vice president, and the vice president during his time was actually, isa man, si Diosdado Macapagal. Then, ang pinaka-last na president for the Third Republic is Ferdinand Marcos. We will discuss their contributions now in the next slide. Questions or naklaro? Press 3 kung klaro. Kaya don't forget the timeline. Ano siya ang timeline? Helpful yun siya kaayo. I hope you are learning something. and I am making sense, no? Kaya magsakit sa buot ba? Uh, inaugurated on June 30, 1998 at Baraswain Church in Malolos, Bulacan. Blanc is the 13th President of the Republic of the Philippines. Again, 13th President of the Republic of the Philippines. Answer. Okay. Very good. The answer is Joseph Ejercito Estrada. Very good. So, pumangutan na si PRC. Ikapila man nga presidente si Erap, no? In the Fifth Republic. Ikapila man siya. Answer. Type. Erap is the blank president of the Fifth Republic. Okay, good. Third. So, President Erap is the third president of the Fifth Republic. But kung mungutana si Percy na third blank president of the Philippines, the answer would be 13th, no? Kung ito total lahat. So Joseph Estrada. Question. Bakit sa Malolos, Bulacan, specifically sa Baraswain Church, ginanap yung inauguration ni ERAP? What's with June 30, 1998? You can turn on your camera, your microphone if you want to answer. Yes, because it is the centennial anniversary of the founding of the Republic of the Philippines. And it is also the same church, no? Hello? Ano yung nagkaguros? So it is also the same church where Aguinaldo founded the First Republic. Okay? Claro? Press 1 kung klaro. Okay. Actually, no, awkward kayo na mo kuan lang. Ang hilom. 1, press 1. If klaro. Good. Proceed. Okay. There have been 16 presidents of the Philippines from the establishment of the office in January 23, 1899 in Malolos Republic. So you may use the mnemonics below to easily memorize the presidents of the Philippines in chronological order. You may use these mnemonics. This is another technique when you actually memorize names, no, lalo na if in order. So you may use Aquila Osroki, Magar Makmar, Akira Estra Arakin Duterte. Okay, screenshot na lang ninyo ha. Para dili malimtan. So Aquila Osroki, Magar Makmar, Akira Estra Akin Duterte. Okay, 16 presidents. So this Republic Act is known as the Cooperative Code of the Philippines. Mauna ni karon ang medyo lisod, no? Okay. Halos magkapareho ang mga halos doon lang ba ang 6 o 7. So medyo lisod siya i-interpret. But for you, guess na lang yun. What would be your answer? Okay, the answer would be letter B, Republic Act 6938. Okay. So, Republic Act 7796, this is very important, is the Technical Education and Skills Development Act, or TESDA Act of 1994 during the time of Fidel Valdez Ramos. And Republic Act 7836 is the Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act of 1994. You have to read this one, ha, this Philippine Teachers Professionalization Act, because provisions of this act might actually come out in Prof Ed. You don't know. No? So, better na i-read niyo siya kay murag importante gid siya kaayo. Also, the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers. Ha? Then, Republic Act 6657, otherwise known as Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law, CAR, no, is the redistribution of private and public agricultural lands to help the beneficiaries survive as small independent farmers, regardless of tenurial arrangement. Then, lastly, Republic Act 6938, also known as Cooperative Code of the Philippines, governed all concerns about cooperative until the enactment of Republic Act 9520, also known as the Philippine Cooperative Code of 2008. So the primary purpose of this code is to ensure the growth of cooperatives en route to promoting self-reliance among citizens. Okay, next question. The first part of the Constitution is the preamble. Okay. The underlined, wala siya naka-underline, sorry, word means blank. It is not underlined but naka-bold siya. So, what does preamble stands for? What is your answer? Okay, the answer is to walk before. Letter A. It's actually from the Latin word preambulare. No? Walk before. So, generally speaking, or technically speaking, a preamble is an introductory statement which is commonly used in the Constitution. It is not part of the Constitution, actually. Now, it's just an introduction to the Constitution. So, its etymology, preamble literally means to walk before. No? Preambulare, the Latin word preambulus or preambulare. So, the main aim of the preamble is to explain the purpose and the philosophy of a particular document. That what document? The Constitution. So, this is the Philippine preamble. If you are BSED Social Studies, siguro pinamemorize ko sa inyo, no? If you have subject na Philippine Government and Constitution, unfortunately, in the new curriculum, we don't have that one, that subject. So we, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of Almighty God in order to build. So, the preamble actually, di ba, explains the purpose of the Constitution, of writing the Constitution. So technically, the 1987 Constitution has this purpose, that is to build a just and humane society. The first purpose, why the 1987 Constitution was crafted. Then, establish, second purpose, establish a government that shall embody our ideals and aspirations, promote the common good, conserve and develop our patrimony, and secure to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of independence and democracy under the rule of law, the regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace. Do ordain and promulgate this Constitution. And the preamble also, for the information of everyone, the preamble also serves as a guide for the magistrate or the justices of the Supreme Court as to how they should interpret the Constitution. Kasi, para kung merong sense of unclearness or ambiguity on a particular provision of the Constitution, you would always go back to the soul of the Constitution. And you can find that in the preamble. So, all the contents of the Constitution is actually inspired by the virtues of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace. And therefore, its content should be interpreted that way. So, meron pa rin gamit yung preamble, even na introductory lang siya ng ng ating Constitution. And I think our preamble is actually the longest preamble in all constitutions around the world. And that has the connection to our next question. How many words are there in the preamble of the 1987 Constitution? Ah, nagmumura. Miss Maria Cristel, please, please, hello, Miss Maria. Okay.
Sure.
So, please turn off your microphone. Okay, thank you. And then ako. So, how many words
Oh,
there are?
I don't, I don't.
How many words there are? Okay, letter A. Tama? Okay, 75. No? Again, the longest preamble in the world. Another question or bigyan na magad ni pero basin bag magbinuang si PRC, binuangan mo yung mga tanag. What is the only word in the Philippine 1987 Constitution preamble that you cannot find in the other preamble in the rest of the world? Guess. What is the word? The only word in the Philippine preamble, Philippine 1987 Constitution preamble that cannot be found rather, in any other constitution. That's actually the word love. Uh, ayumaon din talaga ang Pinoy, no? Bisan og sa constitution, jumidjaga pa rin. Joke lang. Joke lang. So, that's it. 75. Okay, now, uh, the Duterte administration, seven question ko, seven pa tanong. So the Duterte administration envisions to achieve a middle-class society by the year blank. Answer. Please key in your answer, type your answers. Okay. Okay. Okay, the answer is letter A, 2040. Ano man? So on October 11, 2016, the Office of the President issued Executive Order Number 5, which pertains to the adaptation of Ambition Natin 2040. So this is a 25-year-long term vision that aims to improve the lives of the Filipinos, most especially the poor. It ambitions that in 2040 or earlier, the Philippines is a prosperous middle class society, meaning wala na pobre, ladies and gentlemen, where no one is poor. People live long and healthy lives and are smart and innovative. The country is a high trust society where families thrive in vibrant, culturally diverse, and resilient communities. And take note, this particular ambition, NATI 2040, serves as a basis for for all government agencies in crafting their objectives, quality objectives. Even the quality objectives of DIPSO is anchored in this ambition natin 2040. So that's how relevant this particular executive order is. What executive order? Basing mo tanan sa ikuan ba? Sa PRC, magbinuang siya. What executive order adopted the ambition natin 2040? The answer would be Executive Order number 5, series of 2016. Okay. Next. The constitutional right of the Filipinos to suffrage is found in what article? Again, the constitutional right, answer, of the Filipinos to suffrage is found in what article? Mana ni karon no kay why Philippine Constitution nga subject. So, kinahanglan jud talaga na. Okay, please answer. Ang uban mo pa mo answer. So the answer is Article 5 of the 1987 Constitution. So please, 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 I implore you, all of you to memorize, no, good talaga, the all articles in the 1987 Constitution. Kay bangin ba o gawas. So Article 1, National Territory. Article 2, Declaration of Principles and State Policies. Article 3, Bill of Rights. Article 4, Citizenship. Article 5 is suffrage. Articles, especially Article 5, gid kay election ba baya next year. Nga bangin ba o ginuang si PRC. Article 6, the Legislative Department. Article 7, Executive Department. Article 8, Judicial Department. 9, Constitutional Commissions. 4, Local Government. 11, Accountability of Public Officers. 12, National Economy and Patrimony. 13, Social Justice and Human Rights. 14, Education, Science, Technology, Arts, Culture, and Sports. 15, Family. Then General Provisions for 16. 17, Amendments or Revisions. And 18, Transitory Provisions. So please take note on this. 9. Rizal. Rizal sculpture that depicts a woman standing on a skull, no? While heralding a torch in one of the treasures inside the National Museum nalibat nako, of the Philippines. What is the title of the said art? Sige daw, mayroon sa tubig. Answer. Hello? What's the name of the sculpture? The answer is The Triumph of Science over Death. So, ano sa ko'y pangutana? Are you familiar with Motto Stella? Press Y if yes and press N if no. Daghang N. Sige. Familiar mo sa Rizal Monument? Press Y if yes and press no if N. Are you familiar with the Rizal Monument? Y if yes and N if no. Okay. The name of that sculpture is Motto Stella. Oh. I can imagine somebody saying, yes, that's actually the name of the sculpture found in Luneta Park, Motto Stella. In English, that means guiding star. That's actually a second place, I know. The monument that we actually see right now in Luneta is not the first place design of the statue of Rizal. No? The first design of the winning design rather for the statue of Rizal in Luneta is actually named as El Martir de Bagumbayan, something like that. Al Martir de Bagumbayan, no? So, but it was not pushed through the winning kita to no ikaw ni daw niya yung output wag gi-push through ang gi-push through na yun is ang second placer. And that is the art of Richard Kisling. Okay? Take note of that, ha? The designer of the sculpture that yung maninilok ng or designer pala designer ng tawag yan ng Luneta Rizal Park monument ba yung statwa ni Rizal din is actually Richard Kisling. Second placer siya. And the title of his art is Motto Stella. The first placer, the art of the design of the first placer was not pushed through because of money reasons, no? Hindi kaya finance, no? I will leave to you, no, the curiosity because that's always what you should do, no? Kung curious ka sa isang bagay, i-search mo, no? So i-search the design of El Martir de Bagumbayan, the winning design for Rizal Park. But again, ha, the title of the monument is Motostella, the design. So this is the triumph of science. Nakuha yon, press 5 kung nakuha. Again, the designer is Richard Kisling. And then the name of the monument is Motostella or Guiding Star. Ah, okay, very good. Okay, so this is the triumph of science over death. This Rizal sculpture now housed inside the National Museum of the Philippines. This features a woman standing on a torch, which symbolizes great scientific discoveries. The woman was standing on a skull, which symbolizes victory over death. Another very interesting sculpture of Rizal is the terracotta. A terracotta meaning clay, no? So it's a sculpture out of clay, and he named it as a mother's revenge. Usually, I actually saw this sculpture, no, in a post during the Mother's Day, no? Kasi ang nangyari is si Rizal papunta na ng tuya sa kuha para relax kita ba. Si Rizal naman siya sideline sa dapitan nung ato siya og sentro unya musakay siya og kanang pamboat, no? Musakay siya og pamboat unya wa siya kasabot na ang iyang iro di ay sunod na sa iya unya na may crocodile adto nga ilog gikaon ang iro unya ang gikabiliban ni Rizal kay ang mother sa iro, no? Mother sa iro. Mother sa iro nga gikaon ay itoy dapat, no? Mother sa itoy nga gikaon is iyang sa tawag na gisungkab asa tawag na kagat pud niya ba ang crocodile. That's why ang tawag ni Risa sa iyang sculpture is Mother's Revenge. But beyond that simple interpretation is actually deeper meaning of the sculpture, no? It actually means that, for example, the itoy here are the Filipinos. Itoy ba? Ang itoy, ang mga Filipinos, mga Indios during the time. I'll explain later bakit yung mga native Filipinos were not called Filipinos before. Instead, they were called Indios, no? Well, the dog, Miss Maria Cristel, mute lang ha. The dog is actually the motherland, no? Yan yung ano niya. The mother Philippine. So, not siya. Ang garasad, no? Ang iyang sculpture ni Rizal. By the way, Rizal has a dog. What's the name of his dog? Kasi wala si PRC bang, kasi pangan sa iro ni Rizal. Si Osman. Ha? Yes, very good, Sir Jason. The name of the dog is si Osman. Pangalan ng coffee or water? Water is in water. Sama coffee water. What? Sorry ha, sorry. So Osman, yes, very good, no? Grabe na po ni PRC, bisag iro, patulan. Wala pa kayo ba, kasi magbinuang ba? So, just in case, no? Good, nagisgot naman ng tagiro. So, another fact. Okay, 10th question. What is being renounced in Article 2? I hope you are taking down notes ha. Ako nag-joke-joke dire. Article 2, Section 2 of the 1987 Constitution renounced What? Blank. What is being renounced in Article 2, Section 2 of the 1987 Constitution? Answer. Okay. Mga bright dito talaga ni sila. Oy. Nagi top notcher dire ba? Wow. Ay, nangangamoy top notcher. Sana all. Explain it. Okay. Very good. War as an instrument of national policy. That was being renounced our in the Article 2, Section 2 of the 1987 Constitution. Okay. These are the salient sections that you have to remember, ha? You have to remember. Article 2 of 1987 Constitution. Section 1. The Philippines is a democratic and republican state. I have heard of an examinee who said that this came out in the LET examination. The question goes this way. What type of government does the Philippines have? So the answer is actually found in Section 1, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution. We are a democratic and a republican state. Take note of that, huh? Section 2. Ano to? The Philippines renounces war as an instrument of national policy, adopts a generally accepted principle of international law as part of the law of the land, and adheres to the policy of peace, equality, justice, freedom, cooperation, and amity with all nations. Section 3. Okay. Tempay, clarify sa natin yung Section 2. This is basically the reason why no na hindi basta-basta tayo nakikipaggera. No? It actually needs a congressional approval, and it's actually Congress, only Congress can declare war against a certain country. And that's the reason why we always uphold diplomacy over war kay, well, China, atong kontra, wa man pud tanaw, bisag masuko og isang bagay ta, wa mangyapon pud tay kuan, pero it's embedded in our constitution actually that we renounce war as an instrument of a national policy. So our position is not offensive. Our position, our military position should be defensive. Should only focus on defending the country, not uh, starting a war with other country. Okay? Section 3. Press 1 kung klaro. Press 1 kung klaro, ladies and gentlemen. Section 3. Ano ni press 1? Okay, good. Okay, civilian authority is at all times supreme over the military. So this particular section is actually added no in the 1987 Constitution because we all know the lessons of martial law wherein the military took over no na muraba og kanang sila na ang hawd sa tanan ang torture na mga madlang people no so moto siya so the 1987 Constitution provides a safeguard no for civilians no na civilian authority is always supreme over the military. And the manifestation of this is our president. President Rodrigo Roa Duterte is not a member of the military, though he is a chief, he is considered as the commander-in-chief of the military, but he's not a member of the military, no? He is a civilian, no? Because, yun na nga, at all times, civilian authority is supreme over the military armed forces. So, dili ka pwede mag-presidente kung naka-active duty ka sa military actually. No? Next. Section 4. The primary duty of the government is to serve and protect the people. This is another tricky question. This is another important section that you have to remember. Article 2, Section 4. The prime duty of the government is to serve and protect the people. Serve and protect the people. In the 1973 Constitution, this is different because in the 1973 Constitution, the Constitution that was crafted during martial law, what actually stated that it is the duty of the Filipinos to serve and protect the country. This time, baliktad, no? The prime duty of the government is to serve and protect the people. Then, Section 5, the maintenance of peace and order and the protection of life, liberty, and property, and the promotion of the general welfare are essential for the enjoyment by all the people of the blessings of democracy. Then Section 6, the separation of church and the state shall be inviolable. So there's always a separation of church and state. That's basically the principles that we have in our constitution. Next. Ay, by the way, mag-face ko naman lang tag constitution. Who is uh, who is the uh, president, chairperson of the Constitutional Commission who crafted the 1987 Constitution? Sige daw. Just in case nga mga tana ang PRC, the head of the commission, ha, Constitutional Commission. May answer, Cory Aquino. Sige. Yes. The first Lady Chief Justice of the Philippines. Si Cecilia Munoz Palma. Dili si Corazon Aquino, ha, kay siya ang presidente ato, ladies and gentlemen. The answer is Cecilia Munoz Palma. Wakoy letter P sa akong laptop. So, ang magawas is Alma. So, bear with me, ha. So, Palma ni siya actually. Naguba kasi ang letter P sa akong laptop. Cecilia Munoz Palma. Yes. So, there were actually 50 individuals, no? 50 Filipinos, only 50 Filipinos who crafted the 1987 Constitution, and they were called as the electoral Constitutional Commission. Okay? There are actually several ways in amending a constitution. The Constitution. You can use constitutional convention, wherein people would elect their representatives. No? Take note, ha? First way of the first way of amending the Constitution is through a constitutional convention wherein Filipinos would elect their representatives. Each district na siya, ladies and gentlemen. The other one is the Constitutional Assembly. In a constitutional assembly, the members of the Congress would act as an assembly and then would revise the Constitution. Okay? The third one, the one used by Cory Aquino, is the Constitutional Commission. Okay. So, di man convention ang ipatawag ni Cory. During that time, when, nag-storya na po ko, no? Sige lang, para makasabot lang na ba, no? During that time of Cory, we are not in a democratic form of government actually. We are in a revolutionary form of government because Cory took over the power from through a revolution, and that revolution is the EDSA revolution. That's why when he was placed into office, he established a revolutionary form of government until such time that the 1987 Constitution was crafted. So it's very difficult on the part of Cory na lugmok ang Pilipinas, nagkagubot ang Pilipinas, tapos magpatawag pag Constitutional Convention, tapos manabili man pwede sa ang Constitutional Assembly. It's actually because when Cory came into power, he abolished the batasan Pambansa, which acted as the legislative branch during the time of Marcos. He abolished all positions, and in fact, it was during the time of Cory that President Rodrigo Duterte became the mayor of Davao. Diba? Wala ni Cory. Oh, kaya, mo to siya. So, instead of instead of initiating a constitutional convention or a constitutional assembly, Cory decided to just go with uh, appointing people to be part of the Constitutional Commission. So nakuha ha? The 1987 Constitution was crafted through a Constitutional Commission. The commission was headed by Cecilia Munoz Palma and mauna to siya. So, nakuha, press 5 kung nakuha. Press 5, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, good. Okay. Press 1 kung paspas ra ko kaayo. Ano mo ka, wala ka
Kapatikit
ko,
lang
ano, nakapas. Sakto lang, ang ahong kuan, pamaagi. Justin, comma, you want to comment? You're raising your hand. Justin? Nasayo pa siguro niya siya, no? Klaro man ko, no, ladies and gentlemen. First, sige, diretso na ta. Okay, 11. President Corazon Aquino signed CARP, or the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, into law. CARP is also known as blank. Sige daw, be. Answer? Okay, the answer is letter B, 5657. Take note of it, ha? Okay. Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program and Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law are actually the same. Now, take note of that. So, CARP of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program, or RA 6657, is also known as Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law of 1988. This law aims to promote social justice to farmers by giving them the opportunity to own the land they till. Okay. So, may controversy ni no. So, dinasa mo dig deeper at nga Hacienda Luisita. Kay yaan ba yato ni Kuan Cory si Kuan ko. So, sumato siya, ladies and gentlemen. Next na ta. 12. On the eve of this scheduled execution, Jose Rizal wrote one of his most memorable poems entitled Answer. Without Okay, very good. Mi último adios. Adios, patria dorada. That's the first sentence, no? Yan pa. Let me clarify things, no? When Rizal actually wrote his last poem in Fort Santiago, that's where Rizal was imprisoned, but the poem do not actually have a title. No? You have to be clarified on this, huh? The poem do not actually have title. It the title, no, ni ultimo saglit lang ha, naman sa tubig. Sorry. Saglit. Saan ako? Okay. You have to, again, balik ko. The title, the poem that Rizal wrote when he was imprisoned in Fort Santiago, and then he was about to be executed the following day, was actually, do not actually have a title, no? It was actually, the title was actually given by Mariano Ponce later on when the poem came out. But originally, the poem did not have a title, no? So, ano to siya, gipanganlan lang gito nila na The Last Farewell, ni Ultimo Adios. So, how about mi primera inspirasyon? What is mi primera inspirasyon? Or my first inspiration. Sana all inspired, no? So, mi primera inspirasyon is actually the poem written by Rizal at the age of 9, ladies and gentlemen, when he was still a young boy in Ateneo, young high school. Ang Ateneo dati is Eskwela Pia, no? And it was a high school, no? School for high school. Yes, and kolehiyo before is actually, baka malito kayo, kolehiyo is actually high school before during the Spanish time. And Rizal wrote this one, this very beautiful poem, no? Entitled Mi Primera Inspiración or My First Inspiration. Kinsa may gimi ni Rizal ani? Take na mo Rizal. Kinsa yang gimi ani? Iyahang, uy, wag, late mo gud ang feedbacking, no? So anyway, I typed down, kinsa gimi ni Rizal ani my first inspiration. Yes, Joven mother? Okay, yes, it's actually his mother. Pero, sige lang, mag-chismis ata. Who is the first love of Rizal? First love. Tama, isa yung first love. Sige daw, type daw, big. Joke lang. Who is the first love of Rizal? Just in case, basin mo gawas ba? Niya, mo to siya. May na lang ng tugma na to kaysa magawas good, no? Sige. Adlo ka ba ni Jobert katigbak? Okay, segunda, katigbak, or in my way of memorizing this beautiful lady, the first love of Rizal, ahog yung pag-memorize ay is double dead, no? Segunda, katigbak, double dead. So, the first love of Rizal. But the one true love of Rizal is kinsa man? Yes, tinuod. Kaning sunod. Kinsa man iyang one true love? I guess ito tagugmaan eh. Who is the one true love of Rizal? Kapangalan niya ang presidente na vice president na to karon. Ato dahil kuan, deputy secretary. Yes. Kinsa man? Uy, tayo pala pa di mo nito kung Rizal, Brad. Ay, dili si Miss Josephine. Mo na iyang naka forever. Pero ang iyag yung gigugma yun ba? Katong gigingon niya nga patod. Yes, it was Leonor Rivera. Yes, Leonor Rivera. Kaya, take note of that. The one true love of Rizal. Pero, wala na siya kay, wala laging pinagtagpo, ngunit hindi tinadhana. No? Cousin man sila, niya si Leonor kay, na naman din siya, bata pa si Leonor, nanay, gipagkasundo ba nga iyang asawahon, nga, si Rizal kay naman sa Europe, na si Rizal. No? Then, Josephine Bracken, very good. Ang point out si Josephine Bracken is actually the girl that Rizal met when he was exiled in Dapitan, no? Kasi si Josephine Bracken, anak niya siya sa pasyente ni Rizal. Tapos Rizal, no? Yung ipatulan ng anak sa iyong pasyente, ladies and gentlemen. So, yes, he's an Irish ampon ni si Josephine Bracken, ah, nakalimot ko sa pangalan sa iyang papa. Basta ang iyang papa is blind from Hong Kong. Yeah, Rizal, before he went back to the Philippines, stayed in Hong Kong with uh, with his family. And then there Rizal put up a clinic for the eye kay ophthalmologist man si Rizal no pira man siya mata. So nakadungog ang papa ni Josephine Bracken, nakalimot mo kusngan. If you can remind me, please do so. Uh, ilang gisundan si Rizal sa dapitan and then nagpa-check up sa mata, tapos sige balik-balik, si Rizal na fall in love. Kani si Rizal, hilig niya siyang puti, no? Kung inyong kita ng iyang mga past girlfriends, mga puti, mga mistisahon, iyang trip. Inya, ano sa iyang trip? Joke na. Okay, James Bracken. James Bracken. So, mo to siya. Ah, nagkamit sila tungod sa iyang papa nga nagpa-check up. Nabulag naman later on iyang papa. Rizal and Josephine Bracken had a son. What's the name of their son? Nagkaanak sila ni Josephine Bracken. Basin magbinuang si Percy. Sige na. Sinusumpa ko mo gawas ni Salet. What's the name of the son of Rizal? Diba? Hindi naman ang chat box. Please answer. Hello everyone. Please answer. Oh, nakalimot na. Okay. The name of the son of Rizal is also the name of his father, no? Isa may father ni Rizal. Ito sa anak. Ito na sa who is the father of Rizal? Namora. Hello? Okay, tao. Can you hear me? Press 1 daw kung nakadungog. Kasi nung nag-istorya ko. Yes. So, ang pangan sa anak ni Rizal is si Francisco. Which is na matay. Nga, namatay. Kalaki po ni Rizal. Siya po yung naginungdan kay si Josephine Bracken nga naghihimo sa ilang balay, iyang gipakuratan. Nakurat ang burod. Nakuhaan. Namatay na yun lang anak. Bitaw, ako nagdino ang anak. Tinood na siya. Tinood lagi. Natawa ang mga co-teachers dire. Yes, doon na siya. Namatay. Nakuhaan yung taon. Doy po. Basara gud man libro ninyo ni kisa pang favorite book ni Rizal. Basta nga detail gid siya na uman gid tinaw siya basa kay Marshall novel. Well anyway, let's proceed. How about On Recuerdo a Mi Pueblo? On Recuerdo a Mi Pueblo. So it is a poem written by Rizal in honor of his hometown, Calamba, no? At the age of 15. Un recuerdo a mi pueblo, basin magbagbinoang si PRC niya. Ang iyang ibutang dili Spanish, ang iyang ibutang English. Kung sa may translation na ning on recuerdo a mi pueblo? Ha? Hilo man ang kuan. Chat box. On recuerdo a mi pueblo stands for in memory of my town. That's in English. Ha? En recuerdo a mi pueblo. Next is A la Juventud Filipina. This is actually the winning poem of Rizal, written in Spanish. No? And then it was presented in 1879 in Manila while he was studying at the University of Santo Tomas. So, that's it. A la Juventud Filipina, to the Filipino youth. Okay? Then, Amor Patrio. Amor Patrio, meaning love of country, is not a poem. Again, ha? This is not a poem. This is an essay written by Rizal when he went to Spain. No? Amor Patrio, love of country. Next is Junto al Pasig. One act Zarzuela. Zarzuela is drama-drama ba? Kana kitang Ambot ba na may drama-drama karon no? Oo. Theater, yes. In Spanish written by said to honor Nuestra Señora de la Paz y del viaje de Antipolo. So, Our Lady of Peace and Good Voyage. No? So, punto al Paseo. Nakuha? Press 1 kung nakuha, press 2 kung nakuha. Again, don't forget these are actually very important works of Rizal. Mi primera inspiración, mi último adiós, un recuerdo a mi pueblo, a la juventud filipina, amor patrio, and punto al Pasig. Okay, next. Okay, very good. Thank you. So, number 13 ka ladies and gentlemen. So, this law is the official commitment of the United States of America to grant the Philippines its independence. Justin is raising his hand. Yes. Do you have question? Okay. So, this law, again, is the official commitment of the United States of America to grant Philippine independence. Philippines its independence. Answer. Okay, very good. That's tidings, mock, Duffy. Very good. Okay. Wala na ako ma-explain dito, no? Jones Law. Unsa man ang Jones Law? Jones Law of 1916 is actually the Philippine Autonomy Act. Please take note. Philippine Autonomy Act. That's Jones Law. Kung mayroong kag Philippine Independence Law, that's tidings, mock, Duffy. Sige daw. Take note tag. Press 3 kung nag-take note. Mugawas ni Slet, isinusumpa ko, mugawas ni Salet, awa mag-take note, makalimot. Sige daw. Pagsulat. Jones Law is the Philippine Autonomy Act of 1916. Okay. Us-Rocks. Ano saan yung Us-Rocks? Well, love team ni sila, sir. No, Us-Rocks is actually the mission to America by the name of the mission in America by Osmeña and Rojas. Kinsa nga Osmeña, sir? Si Sergio Osmeña. Kinsa nga Rojas, sir? Ang lolo sa inyohang uyuan na si Mar Rojas, si Manuel Rojas. Osrox Commission is actually the commission who brought into the Philippines the first proposed independence act of the country, and that's the Hair House Cutting Bill. Kaya man siya na-certify. Okay. So the product also of the Osrox mission is the hair house cutting. So, before ang tidings map dati, originally, dapat yun talaga to na ang hair house cutting law ang atong mahimong Philippine Independence Act. But there was this opposition coming from the first president of of the Commonwealth, which is Quezon. He opposed the the proposed no Independence Act for the country, which is the hair house cutting. Why? Because there was a particular provision in hair house cutting which stated that the bases, naval bases specifically, will be retained to the Americans. So, somehow, ingon si Quezon nga, uy, diskumpiyado, hindi maayo. Sa independence gani, may ilahan na yun ng naval base. So, di na to i-approve. So, wag i-approve, no? So, ang nahi-aprobahan na inuhon, ang kang Quezon. Kay after sa Osrox mission, Quezon went to America and secured the tidings MacDuffie Law, which later on became the Philippine Independence Law. Pero kung inyo kung i-analyze na ni halo nga politika, kay si Quezon, wa siya kauban na ning Osrox mission, kita niyo sa libro. Kay murag na siya sakit that time. Wa siya kauban niya. Nasikat man si Osmeña ug si Rojas, Nga, tabunan siya ba? So, dati mo nga mga umaagi before, kaya magkaroon ba na? No? Dugera na, ladies and gentlemen. So, yun. That's why, yung hair house o tidings makdakilo, kung yun na siyang itandi, usara ka sentence ang nagka-diferensya, anak, ladies and gentlemen. Because that's what, moro kita ang butas nga wala ni pasar si hair house cutting law. And then, later on, napubahan si tidings makdakilo. No? Nakuha? Press 1 kung nakuha, ladies and gentlemen. Mura man ko nag-bingo bito. Press 1. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So, mo siya ang explanation, no? Nagsulti-sulti ko niya, diram na explanation diri. Pumoto siya. Okay. So, sa difference sa Jones Law ug Tidings McDuffie Law, gawa sa spelling, kay niluso ko ba yan mo usahay, no? So, si Jones Law actually provided, promised, rather, independence to the Philippines, but it is indefinite. Ngayon na sila dito, the Philippines will be granted independence until a stable government is established. Kuya, umayon ang Amerikano nga, oy, after 100 years, di pa man stable yung government, what independence, may tabo. So, ni-object si Osmeña Grojas at first, later on Quezon, mga Pinoy, adto sila sa Amerika, binuang ninyo. So, tagi ninyo clear timeline. So, gihatag nila sa ato ang tidings makdakilo, which provided a 10-year transition period. Nagitawag na to og, kasi tawag na, type, dali. Type, ladies and gentlemen. Ang say tawag sa 10-year transition period, nag-discuss ako ano ganiha. Ang first president ani nga kuan panahon si Quezon. Starts with letter C. It's ay mga nabi mga saksta diri ha. Payala. It's Commonwealth. So, yun. Ano na. Type na. Commonwealth. Tama. So, the Commonwealth, the Philippine Commonwealth is actually a product of the tidings McDuffie law. 10-year transitional period. No? Yeah. So, nag-election ba nga panahon? Oo, nag-election. Ang nidagan, si Quezon o si, wala na, si Quezon o si Osmeña under the Nationalista Party. Take note of this ha. Kung mga tanong si Percy, what is the oldest existing political party in the Philippines? The answer is the Nationalista Party. Siguro na sila, ladies and gentlemen. No, wapatagi panganak. Then, sila kontra. Si Quezon o si Osmeña. Oh, na sila kontra. Yan man. Si, okay daw, dito, joke. Si, kalimot ko, si Aguinaldo o si Aglipay. Oh, sila. Nidagan si kisa to say full name namo tay mga FI diri si dili si Aglipay si nakalimot ko basta si Aglipay naggamble na ako na isa ka to sir dili nakalimot ko basta si Aglipay si Sir Jason kisa to si Kuan full name ni Aglipay nakalimot ko Uy, Lord, pasalo ako sa mga sala. Who is the first bishop of the Agripayan Church? Mana siya ang kwan. Basta, mana siya. Idagan si Aglipay o si Aguinaldo, pildi sila ni Osmeña o ni Quezon. Yes. Yes. Gregorio Aglipay, sorry. That's the name. Gregorio Aglipay. Nakuha, press 1 kung nakuha. Press 1 na naman, ladies and gentlemen. Ay lisod kayo ba ang interaction? Di ko kasabot na nag-gets mo na ako niya. Kasi nagtuo mo, ginuangan naman yun sa akin niya. Well, joke lang. But anyway, let's go. Number 14. The EDSA people power ended the Marcos regime and in turn started the Republic blank. Okay. EDSA people power started the blank and ended the Marcos regime. So, what's the answer? Again, I want everyone to participate. Ang dili mo participate, dili ka pasar. Sige. Sige na, type. Okay. Okay na ni answer og fifth. Again ha, kung moingon si Pierce nga letter ang isuwat, letter ang i-shade o isuwat. Kung words, wa mag words sa Pierce nga exam, so dapat letter ang ginatanan na. So the answer is letter B, the Fifth Republic. Wa patay 7, wa patay 6, di pod 4. Who is the president during the Fourth Republic man di ay? Sige daw, i-type daw. Who is the president of the Fourth Republic? The first president of the Fourth Republic. Sige daw, i-discuss na ganiya. Yes, very good. Ferdinand Marcos. So I'm actually using a technique that you all know. It's the law of exercise by Edward Thorndike. No? One of the laws of learning. So mao gina repetition kay ang gitawag nato nga social science more on memorization and all. So we really need to recall and recall and recall para dili mawagtang. Sa Fifth Republic. So it ended the Fifth Republic. Unsa katoto ang what proclamation number declared martial law in the Philippines during the time of Marcos? What proclamation number declared martial law in the entire country? Sinusumpa ko, magawas niya sa left. Okay, very good. Proclamation 1081. Yun. So, 1081. Very good. Mendri, lahi si proclamation o si PD. Ha? Clear, ha? Kung sa may lahi, kalayaan ni proclamation o ni PD. Si PD, class for the information of everyone, pag di mo malito, si PD or presidential decree is actually the term used during the Marcos regime when referring to a particular law. Presidential decree. Kaya panahon ni Marcos, siya man ang pinaka taas no. So yan i-change ang name into presidential decree. Kadtong ni-resume na ta pagka himong republic, ang tawag na is Republic Act. Okay? Lahi ang proclamation sa presidential decree ha for the information of everyone. Ang proclamation di talaga siya, proclaim. Tapos, ang presidential decree it has the nature of a law like a Republic Act. So that's the difference. So, kitawan niyo sa panahon sa martial law, puro na siya presidential decree, presidential decree, presidential decree, decree. Pagkahuman nahimo na siyang Republic Act kadtong panahon na ni Cory. 1987 until now, we use Republic Act. So that's the difference, ha? Nakuha, press 1 kung nakuha, ladies and gentlemen. Press 1. Good. Sige. So, Fifth Republic, okay. 15. Number 15 pa tayo, ladies and gentlemen. Who among the artists below is known for his abstract works? Kamapi na ni. Kaya, di man kumapi. Okay, but na may arts dito sa Sci. So, okay, what answer? Answer. Hala, what the answer? The answer is Pablo Picasso. Again, this is the known for his abstract works, si Pablo Picasso. So, mo ni sila, ladies and gentlemen. So, si Pablo Picasso also dubbed as the most expensive painter in the history. And all expensive. But Picasso developed cubism. No? Then Claude Monet was a famous uh, painter whose work gave a name to the art movement called Impressionism. Well, Gustave Courbet, ano ba ng mga French no? Gustave Courbet, was the French painter and leader of the realist movement. Then we also have an innovative artist, Harry Auguste Renoir. Ambot di ko kasabot sa pagkuhan. Sa ngalan na siya ang iyang ngalan. No? Started out as an apprentice, the porcelain painter, and studied drawing in his free time. After years as struggling painter, Renoir helped launch an artistic movement called Impressionism in the 1870s. He eventually became one of the most highly regarded artists of his time. So sila na good. So next, the Philippines is composed of how many provinces, ladies and gentlemen? Sige daw. Okay, very good. The answer is 81. Pangutana. So, mga, what is the oldest province in the Philippines? Magawas ni Salet. Hmm. The oldest province in the Philippines is actually Aklan, ladies and gentlemen. Nagkatibuk-at pa ang Cebu, ang Aklan, probinsya na siya. Makaingon man gitag Cebu no kay mo man siyang gibisita ni Magellan, no? So dili Cebu, ladies and gentlemen. Aklan. That's the that's the oldest province in the Philippines. Kunay oldest ako youngest. What's the youngest and the 81st province in the Philippines? Matintal ko og dili face sa laptop kay duha ang laptop ko siya gamit. So murag nagpakilig ko. Oh, kani ang gamit. Oh. What is the Sure? Davao Occidental? Ha? Sure? Nine answer og Samar. Tama si Nandri. Oy, it's Davao Occidental, the youngest province in the Philippines. Take note ha. It's the 81st province in the Philippines. Davao Occidental. Ano, Samar man eh. Okay. Okay. What is the largest island in the Philippines? Dua sa ta. Dua sa tabaway sa ta. Okay, what is ang pangutana ha, what is the largest island in the Philippines? Answer. Way ko anay ha, way palaban og kanang Google kay bata ni binuang bataan ni. No? So may lang. Sige daw. Isa rin mo answer. Dahil na pa. Yes, correct. Luzon. What is the second largest island in the Philippines? What is the third largest island in the Philippines? Ta, mo na yung nakitaan. Visayas. Is Visayas an island? No. Visayas is a group of islands, ladies and gentlemen. It's an archipelago. The question is, what is the largest? I don't, kung ayaw lang i-mind ang tono ha, ako masuko, ako magkuan. Wala ba kaya, in-istorya lang yun nga, ato-ato ra ba? Then, not to siya, ladies and gentlemen, lagi ko di-remove. So, sige lang kayo, magkita kasi ko silang responses. So, the third largest is actually Samar, no? Visayas is a group of islands. Di man siya kuan. Di man siya nagbugos, no? Di man tagtabok-tabok. No? It's an archipelago. No? So, yun. Samar is the third largest island in the country. Okay? Sige, another intermission number. What is the largest continent of the world? Basic concepts kay bangin ba og adto na yun ta memorize na nato og kinsa tong pangana tapos ang mga basic wa da ito. Okay, very good. Isa. Biggest continent. Okay, very good. Longest river in the world. I hope you are taking down notes, ha? Nargad ni sa internet, pero mas mayo man pwedeng mag-take down notes na mag-effort po ba? What is the longest river in the world? Intermission number. Okay, why? Gugulay, ha? Nile River. Very good. Okay. Yung si Sir Jason Manggawas ba yun mga longest, biggest, smallest, and oldest? Noon. Okay. Okay. Nile River, nga na murag analogy. Nile River is the longest river in the world. Blanc is the longest river in the Philippines. Dila, analogy na siya. Ngayon ko mag-joke. Na yung answer diri og Karay-Karay River na, but lang. Okay. Very good. Rio Grande de Cagayan. Okay, another. Nile River is to world. Blanc is to Asia. Why apilay Sir Jason? But wrong actually ang answer ni mo. Okay, it's actually Yangtze River, the longest river in Asia. Wanghe River is an historical river also known as the Yellow River, no? But they are different. The longest river in Asia is actually the Yangtze River. Okay. Okay. Another intermission number, 16. Importante magod kasi. So, Luzon is to Philippines, blank as to the world. Luzon is to Philippines, blank is to the world. So, what do I mean by Luzon? So, Luzon is the largest island in the Philippines. So, what is the largest island in the world, man? I am not, hello, ladies and gentlemen, I am not referring to continent. Lahi ang continent o lahi ang kuan ha? Lahi ang island. It's Greenland, yes. Asia, Eurasia is actually a continent. It's not an island. Kabunggaw ko sa island. No, dako kayo. So, lahi ha. Lahi ang continent ug lahi ang island. Sige. So, the answer is Greenland. Very good. Okay. What is the world's largest river? What is the world's largest river? Okay, very good. Amazon River, ha? Amping gayod sa gitawag na longest, largest, kay mo na siya ay makalito. Okay. What is the largest country in the world? In terms of land area, sorry. In terms of land area, it's Russia. But kung mayroon ko, what is the largest country in the world in terms of population? It's China, ha? There's a difference. Kung mayroon ka og largest country in terms of land area, yuta, it's Russia. Di gyud ta maka di wanay kuan, wanay question. No, it's Russia. Pero kung mayroon ka, what is the largest country in terms of population, meaning yung bansa na may pinakamaraming populasyon, it is China. Wait mo, ta? Okay. Okay, ta Brad? Sige, Brad. What is the largest archipelago of the world? Archipelago. Meaning, uh, grupo ng isla. No? It's, yes, very good. It's Indonesia. Or Indonesia, no? They are also the largest Muslim country in the world. No? Indonesia. And what is the smallest country in the world, man? Or smallest state? Okay, very good. Oh, bright, good, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Largest desert in the world. Largest. Manaha, largest desert. Sahara, very good. Driest. Dry. Uga sa tanang uga. Desert of the world. Why, gugulay, ha? Okay, wala. Ginawa ang rata diri. Kung maungan mo gani. Sige daw, driest. Napaday driest sa Sahara, sir? Oh, napag-good, ladies and gentlemen. Gobi Desert, Mandri, is the largest desert in Asia. So, thank you for reminding me also with that word, no? But Gobi, again, is the largest desert in Asia, no? It's not the driest. And take note of this also, ha? Gobi Desert is also termed as the moving desert. Uh, ano man, ay move siya, no? So, mo siya nga moving desert ang tawag sa iya, ha? Pero balik ta, what is the world's driest desert? It's Atacama Desert. Ah, good. So, mo to siya. Nakapayuban nga. Oh, what is the world's largest ocean? Sorry ha, magkuhan na ta intermission sa pagkinagmay. World's largest ocean. Importante kung kasi Pacific Ocean. Okay, who named Pacific Ocean? Pacific Ocean. Sige daw. Who named Pacific Ocean as Pacific Ocean? Oh, na-curious. Kisa mo dahil pinakaunang itambok ka ng dagat. Well, in the Western perspective, no? Kisa man. Magellan, no? Sige. World's largest sea. World's largest sea. Pinakamalaking dagat sa mundo. Kalahib. No? Ang pinag-aagawan ngayon, ladies and gentlemen. Ano ang pinag-aagawan? It's South China Sea. That's the largest sea of the world. Ang sapa. Mm, world's largest plateau. Largest plateau. Gawas ni siya, promise. World's largest plateau daw? Okay, Tibetan Plateau. Take note ha, wako nag-joke-joke ito day. Ladies and gentlemen. Tibetan Plateau. World's highest mountain, Asharohay. World's tallest mountain, Mount Everest. World's longest mountain range. Mountain range ha, ang mountain lagi na siya, no? Ang mountain range is, tawag yun? Mountain range ba? Kanang bulubundukin in Filipino. Sa nukugani ay. So, Himalayas, dili. That's the tallest mountain range. Mo lagi na, nga magamping ta sa longest, tallest. Tallest, Himalayan. Wa ko'y question na, kaya nagali sa lang pinaka-tallest mountain. Ang longest is ridge man siya. Kanang ridge. Ridge man siya. Di siya, mountain range. Range man ang pangutana. So, the answer would be Andes Mountain Range. Kaya asa mo lang Andes Mountain Range? Naa sa Chile. Anang boundary sa pagana, Argentina, Chile, so South America. Tama. Andes Mountain Range. Take note of that. So, nalingaw mo, ladies and gentlemen. Press 1 kung may nakatunan. Ay, nako, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, very good. Sige. Nanapad ka. How many islands comprise the Philippine archipelago? Natanap mo, sir, high tide or low tide? Joke lang. It's one of you, Mel. Okay. What's the answer is it's 7,641 islands. Okay, so kung 7,007 islands pa mo, mura mo o taga 1990s pa nga wa kayo gawa sa inyong bay. So, karon na natin gitawag na 7,641 islands, no? Isa may nagsulti ani, wala sila. Si National Mapping and Resource Information, NAMRIA. The Philippines has over 500 new islands, no? Making the total number of islands in archipelago to 7,641 from the outdated, no? 7,107 islands. But only about 2,000 of these islands are inhabited and 2,500 of them are not named. Wait, speaking of name, who named the Philippines? Sino nagbigay ng pangalan ng Pilipinas? Bilang Pilipinas. No? Ano ni answer? Villalobos? Sure ka? Bili si Magellan? Good. Malipat ka na ha. Di man palipat-lipat. It's sa may tinood nga ni Villalobos. Kidagan mang Villalobos. Pwede mag-Kevin Villalobos. Ken Villalobos. Diba? Taken sa mana. Si Roy Lopez de Villalobos. Ha? Take note. What was the name given by Magellan to Samar and Leyte Islands? What was the name? Quincentennial ba yata karon nga Magingana ang PRC ba, magbinuang sila, niya, puro mga centennial questions related ang manggawas, which is hopefully, no? Kaya at least, gi-review na nato. Kaya saan nawa na to gi-review? No? Kumangampo ta na magawas ang atong gipang review. So, what was the name given by Magellan to Samar and Leyte Island? Samar and Leyte, raday, sir. Oh, kay Nora may nakitaan. Sige daw, kay sugi man siya sa Cebu. Wala niya siya katong Manila. So, yes, the Arca, okay. Kuwang ni siya San Lazaro, Santos man ni siya. Di siya mao. No. So, unsa man membri kompleto ha. It's the Archipelago of Saint Lazarus. Okay? Nakuha, press 1 kung nakuha, may nakatunan na do nga part. Press 1. Again ha, Archipelago of Saint Lazaro, Magellan na siya, ladies and gentlemen. Pero nagatag sa name na Pilipinas in honor of King Philip of Spain is si Villalobos. Okay. Next. Mura ba to? Mura man siguro to, no? So, who was the last Governor General of the Philippines? Mo gini basta Soc Sci. First, last, yan napay ito nga. Napay, so kasi gano, first and last, agad nga. So, answer. Diego de los Rios. Very good. Ano si Kuan? Si Miguel Lopez de Legazpi. Ano sa name siya? Kaya ang nagtimpla ko na sa tuba. Miguel Lopez de Legazpi is the first, very good, the first Governor General. Dirita mo, forward ta kay diaday diri ang mga description. Take note of this. Importante ni sa tinod, wako nagbinuang ha. Manggawas yung talaga na every time sa left. Si Miguel Lopez de Legazpi, first Governor General of the Philippines. First Spanish Governor General. No? Then si Jose Basco is the Governor General who actually initiated the tobacco monopoly. Mao ni ang panahon nga nagkaada og artificial famine ang Pilipinas sa panahon ni si Basco Ivargas. Kasi Basco Ivargas, nga naman, imbis na humay ang ipang tanom, puro naman ng tabako. So may kanon yung tabako. Diba? So, mo to siya. Okay, very strong man for export ang tabako. So, ang ipang tanom sa kaumayan, puro na tabako. It was during the time of si Basco nga nagkaada og kanang itawag na to artificial famine, no? Man-made siya ba? So, mo to. Next is Narciso Claveria. This is actually the Spanish general. Take note of this. Importante niya siya. Nigawas niya siya sa ahong time, 2018. Use of Spanish surnames. Siya si Narciso Claveria. Take note of this, please. Okay nga naman dahil, sir. Ang mga tao mangod sa una, before ni Narciso Claveria, way mga apelido. Kung yung kaog putot, dahang putot. So, kinsa nga putot? Walay mga apelido ba? So, it was during the time of Narciso Claveria nga nagda siya og kanang lista sa mga pangalan. The name of that is the Catalogo de Apellidos. Tama. Kaya nandun pa ko. Catalogo de Apellidos. Ano yung gida from Spain. Tapos lansang sa sa simbahan ba? Yun sa niya. Tawag ang mga Pinoy. Sige, pili o apelido, pili. So, what's the purpose? It's actually because to make the taxation process easier. Kaya mubayad man dati og tributo, no? Tribute. No? So, kung mangulik ka kag buwis, nya wa ka nya mangutana kag unsay nga ngadto niya, nya mo sila nga mao ni nya daghan man day nagkapangan kay ani maglisod ang nangulik kag buwis. So, gituyo na nila nga hatagan o gitawag nato nga kanang Spanish surnames ang mga Pinoy. So, mao na nga matinga mo nga sa Mexico namoy kanang mga apelyido nga Garcia, mga De La Peña, nya na Miss Universe nga kapilido ninyo, ayo mugasa kay din ninyo kadugo. Apelido. Apelido na siya, ladies and gentlemen. Yun ang inyo katakuan ka. Kadugo. Oo, okay. Kuha na na siya. Kanang kalaki ra na ni Narciso Claveria. Okay. Oh, galing siya. Oh. Okay. Pinoy man ko kay ngan. Lagat. Oh, si Mada. So, Carlos Maria de la Torre. So, the best governor general, no? Kung naay the best, not the worst. Si Rafael Izquierdo. Ay, by the way, balik sa ko ni Carlos Maria de la Torre. So, Carlos Maria de la Torre is the best governor general, the most liberal, and the most beloved. Ano, oh, beloved. Governor General. Why? Because he's the type of Governor General na mugawas ba makigabilo sa tao, makikistorya, tapos wa siya censorship. Kana bang ipang censor, ipang censor, censor ang mga balita. Very liberal talaga siya. Oh, in fact, napay mga Pilipino nga panahon sa iyang birthday, di na binuwahan, basig yun nga nag-minti-minti ako istorya ba. May panahon nga sa iyang time nga gimanyanitahan siya. Yan na siya ka beloved, di ba? Gimanyanitahan siya nga Governor General. Basig mora ni Governor General nga gimanyanitahan. So, it's actually because sa time po kasi ni Narciso kay Carlos Maria de la Torre na ay conflict sa Spain tapos na-overthrow ang monarch. So, mayamong liberal ang mga leader. But it did not last, no? Kasi ang ni kuan sa iya, ni sunod po sa iya, opposite kaayo po sa iya, si Rafael Izquierdo. Pag mao ni siya ang atong uyuan nga nag-execute sa Gumborsa. Unsa ang Gumborsa daw kuno bi? Importante ni siya kaayo ha. Kisang ni si Gumborsa. Si Gomez, Burgos, o Zamora. Nakaila, press 1 kung nakaila o Gumborsa o nakadungog na o kinsa si Gumborsa. Press 1. Okay. Yung pangutan na karoon, gipatay man ni sila. Yung pang mga pari man yung taon siya, yung gipamatay man, di ba? They were actually uh, linked to an uprising, no? And that is the Cavite Mutiny, no? Gipasuminglan na sila ang nagpasiugda sa Cavite Mutiny nga palpak pagyud. Kay kani nga mutiny, nagpaabot kami sila og signal nga kay namay nagpabutog fireworks. Kay mo sila nga mauna to ang signal nga mag-revolt na sila ta kay joke ra dayto. So, nagdakpa na yun sila. Kanya, ang ipasuminglan nga nag-organize kani sila si Gomez, Burgos, ug Zamora. Mao to nga patay sila. This is in 1872, no? Sila pa edad ni Rizal ani. Rizal is 1861 man, so 1872. So, pintahan ninyo. So, bata pa kayo, no? And this is very important because this became the inspiration of one of the famous novels of Rizal, Noli Me Tangere. Okay? So I hope you got something there. And we have, of course, uh, Eulogio Dispohol. These are, kaniya, diba, we were actually at the hands of the Spaniards for 333 years. And imagine how many governor generals ang niagis Pilipinas. Pero kanilang yun ang ahong gihangyo na inyong i-memorize. Okay? Usually, mo ni sila ang magawas kasi Eulogio Dispohol ordered the arrest of Rizal. Camela, and then arrest of Rizal and also the exile of Rizal, no? Eulogio Dispohol. Camilo Polavieja is the one who executed Rizal. Take note, ha? The one who, no, there's a difference between the one who executed and the one who ordered to execute. So it was Camilo Polavieja who ordered to execute Rizal at exactly 7:02 in the morning in Luneta. So Camilo Pulavieja. Kaya na-execute siya kay mga Spaniards. Ano. So, and then, nakalimot ko ano eh. Isuwat na lang ninyo. Ramon Blanco. Minsan may si Ramon Blanco. Ramon Blanco was actually the Spanish Governor General who declared martial law in the 8 provinces of Luzon who started the revolt. No? Mao na sila ang uh, mao na sila ang first 8 provinces na nag-start sa revolution and became the symbol bitaw of the 8 rays of the sun. I have a way of memorizing those 8 provinces, no? That's actually Alaba, Cavite, Laguna, Batangas, Manila, Bulacan, wala din ang memory. So Calaba, Mabuta na Calaba, Mabuta na ni, Mabuta mani. Mabuta pani day. Pani. Lamang kay letter P diri. Calaba, Mabuta, pani ha. Ani lang yung mabutang na kay guba ang letter P. So Calaba, Mabuta, pani. Mon sila ang 8 provinces. It's a mnemonic sa ako nagbinuangan na. It's a mnemonic in on the way you can memorize the 8 provinces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tama. 8 provinces. Ka stands for Cavite. La stands for Laguna. Ba stands for Batangas. Ma stands for Manila. Bu starts for Bulacan. Ta starts for Tarlac. Pa stands for Pampanga. And Ni stands for Nueva Ecija. Okay? I-confirm ninyo, basig nalipat ko ba? Basta mo na ang style in memorizing ng 8 provinces in declared as kanang under martial law. Alaba, Mabuta, Pani. Okay? And then of course, the last one, the last Governor General is the Diego de los Rios. Okay. May nakuha. I hope kanilang gidongyang yung ladies and gentlemen. Ang gidugang na diri si Ramon Blanco ay napakoy nalimtan, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. Si Martin. Yes. Martin D. Aguilar. Nag-review ko. Sige lang ma'am, dali. Okay lang ma'am. Saglit take note sa si Martin D. Aguilar. Di sa si Martin D. Aguilar? Walang, patay na siya, ladies and gentlemen. Martin D. Aguilar is actually the longest serving Spanish Governor General in the country. So, nakuha. First one is nakuha. Hello, may nakuha pa. Sorry. Okay. Good. Nakuha. Wala man siguro kung nagkano. So, Martin D. Aguilar, longest serving Spanish Governor General. Awa na mabutang diri si Kuan. Si Ramon Blanco o si ano pa isa? Si Martin D. Aguilar. Napaday, Simon de Anda. Ala, kalimot ko. Si Simon de Anda Si Simon de Anda is actually the Spanish Governor General during the time of British occupation. I will discuss that later. I remember that I included an item specifically intended for that. So, Simon de Anda, no? So, we'll discuss later. Let's proceed. Number 19 pa ladies and gentlemen. The first labor union in the Philippines was organized by labor union. First labor union in the Philippines. Nigawas ni siya sa akong time. Ako nagbinuang. 2018. Answers, please. The question is actually the first labor union in the Philippines was organized by, meaning I am referring to the person. The answer is, okay, very good. Isabelo de los Reyes. What's the name of that first labor union? So, duhay yung may bawa na niya. The one who founded the labor union and the first labor union. So, the first labor union is actually the Unión Obrera Democrática Filipina. That's the first labor union of the Philippines. Equivalent yun na siya sa kuan, sa kanang Mayo Uno, so yun na ba? Sa modern time, karon. So as its first president, initiated the first Labor Day. Diba? Siya po daw nag-initiate sa first Labor Day. On May 1, and published La Redacción de Obrero, the first labor newspaper. Sige. Nakuha? Let's proceed. Press 1 kung nakuha. Again, take note ha. I hope screenshot na lang. Isabel Reyes, her organized the first labor union. First labor union, Unión Obrera Democrática Filipina. Number 20. This element of culture is considered as one of the behavioral standards in society, which prescribes what citizens must and must not do. Answers, please. Answers. Number 20. Okay, and I answered C. Mhm. The answer actually is letter B. So, stud. B ang answer. Norms. So this is an element of culture considered as one of the behavioral standards in a society which prescribes what citizens must do. So norm, defined as an element of culture that tells people what is ideal or not, karon magsinina ko kay kung magubo ko inyo kong katawan or uh, masyak ang mga tao nga kita sa ako nga wide sulot. So I'm actually following a particular norm. Norm ang tawag na. Okay? So, what is wrong and what is right? So, but there are actually classifications of or types of norm. The first one is folkways. Now, folkways are actually norms of etiquette. Kana bang kaon ko niya, kay hunaw niya, lingiyon kas kanang tao. Yoy, nagkinamot ang sabaw. Ikinamot ko lang ang sabaw. So, di ba, ang sabaw is kang, kasabot mo na. So, another one is, ani, karon kung nay mo, nagsulti ko, tapos, i-on mo yung microphone, tapos, musulti mo, well, nag-storya ko, di ba, bawal na siya. So, it's part of folkways, no? It's part of folkways, norms of etiquette, folkways. Morris, or Morse, is a more serious than folkways. It includes cheating. Diba? Kita ninyo na nag-cheat. Punta tayo ng Baguio as a friend. Diba? Cheating. So, unsa may reaction sa mga tao? Diba? Ilang gipang bash ang updated gyapon ko bisag kaya ni ka busy. So, cheating is actually the a part of Morris, no? Na sanction, specific sanction to mag-cheat. Tapos wearing inappropriate dress to a religious service. Oh, madto kag simbahan nga naka-brief. Pwede day na. Dili. Diba? Kay masuko gid ka. Masukan gyud ka, no? So, that's Morris, another type of norm. Another one is taboo. Ano yung taboo? Dini ang nasa CR, ha? So, it's a social or religious custom prohibiting or forbidding discussion of a particular practice or forbidding association with a particular person, place, or thing. For example, being a racist is a taboo. No? Karon, tingnan na siya, taboo. Then, another one is kanang incest. Kanang maminyo ka o imuhang igsuon. It's a taboo. Dako gina siya nga taboo, no? Masa pa iban, may mga taboo dati nga murag ka ng higpit ba ka ng maligo nga ito na kanang maligo nga gidugo. Oh, classified na siya nga taboo, no? Before. Sa pa iban, sama na siya. But taboo is actually more kanang mahimo ka membro og terorista. It's punishable by law na, no? That's a formal or informal rule or standard. Again, I'm speaking of the types of norms. Norms comes into place in different types, and these include folkways, mores, taboo, and law. Ang pinaka-gaan-gaan kaning folkway, etikit naman eh, kanang mugles, it's part of folkways man, kanang ano siya. Tapos, magkutsara. Kung naka sa formal na handaan, it's folkways, di ba? Pero, less iyang sanksyon. Kitaon na kanila niya katawan, mo na to. Pero ang law gani, mo na siya ang pinakaigpit. Kaya kung di gali ka musunod, pisuhon jud ka. No? Or hatagan jud ka og fines. So, laws are actually norms, social norms, that are formalized and enforced by authorities. Okay? Sige. Police or courts. Values, on the other hand, nakuha to, press 1, kaya medyo complicated ba yan? Press 1 kung nakuha. Wala makuha. Okay, good. Ayun mo na kang 15. So, magikapoy na mo, no? Values are values on the other hand, padayon pa ko, press 2 kung padayon pa ko. Eh, basta ba huwag napugos. Actually, sakit lagi dyan yung ulo ba? Kaya, sige lang, laban lang tang, kaya para, yung not sure, good. Pilipiti, yun ron. So, number, beliefs. Beliefs are convictions which people hold true. It can be personal belief, person doesn't want wear black because it's bad luck, no, nya. Napa, ng mga belief ka na mag-wear og red nga panty or brief sa exam. Nakaduhog mo, ana? Oh, well, yung kumusuri dala. Pero, ang akong gusto na dinawan is katong belief ba nga, mo take kali kag exam, niyo yung sa mama ba? Ato, man niya, ako man niya. Nagpakuan gyud ko, nagpa-light gyud kando full day. Nagpapalit ko kandila nga, ano itong, tawag sa baso, o kana. Ayaw nang mahilis ka na. Unog ko yung balay pagkawan sa exam. Simba ko, kanang baso niya na gibimbitahan, mas better kung gibimbitahan niya. Ibutang sa altar. Alas 7. Alas 8 ba na? Sa tingin mo? Alas 8. Hangtod 6, 6, ano pa no? 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. Nagsigal din ang kandila sa akong kwarto. That's an example of belief, no? Ato man na, walang puta, kaya walang nawala sa ato, kung mutuo ta, no? It depends on ato man ang faith, no? Nga, kana kung sikaran nimo ang classroom, I don't know kung nakadungog na mo ana, sikaran ninyo ang classroom, niya, di gyud ka molingi kuno sa classroom nga asa ka nag-exam. That's an example of belief, no? Man na ang mga practices nga kami po dito pud ni kay kada gilaging paningkamot ng pasar gyud, no? So walang pinawala sa among anito, So, narana sa inyo kung inyo po kung sundon or dili. Si Karan ang kuan ang ito ba na? Ang armchair. No, ikaw man. Di ayaw ko yung kuan na kay nagid talaga na yung musika og armchair sa inyong panahon. Magguba gina. Si Karan ang armchair kay para ko no, di na ko mobalik ani. Pasar na gyud ko. Di ka mulingi pod kay meaning gaduha-duha ka. Ato gyud ka forward, always moving forward, no? So it's belief. So gana siya, no? Yun na, lingaw-lingaw ra pod. So traditions are part of culture that is transmitted from generation to generation. Tradition can be different from a group to group or family to family, like holidays and celebrations. For example, Kristiyano, magpasko, tapos ang dili Kristiyano, mamasko. Dili dahil ito. Kuhaan ka ng, what sila gusto mo to nga ang Pasko is December, no? So, yan na. Example lang na of tradition. Another example of tradition is, ang sa pangan, maghatag o gifts every birthday, kanang ampuan ng patay. An example of tradition. Okay? 21 pata. So this process is called the harmonious blending of a subculture with a dominant culture. What is your answer? By the way, nakuha to, press 1 kung nakuha. Press 1. Okay. Okay. 21. This is the process called harmonious blending of a subculture with a dominant culture. Answer. Blending, ha? Blending. Mura. Okay, sige lang. It's amalgamation. Ay, process of harmonious blending man. Nasayop ko or sayop yun. Ako ang nasayop yun. Para sa nato daw, Vic. Taglet ha, kay blending man siya. Ay, ako dahil kita nasayop. Sorry, kamo ang sakto. It's actually, lagi. Dili ako nga sayop po eh. Sayop ang karingahong kuan. Harmonious blending man siya. So, amalgamation siya. Blending of two cultures. The key term is blending man. Subculture with, ang tabi. Sorry ha. Ay, okay. Tama. Sorry, my mistake. It's the right answer, assimilation. Kaya harmonious blending of subculture with a dominant culture. So, for example, kitaan ninyo. And cultural assimilation is the process in which the minority group or culture comes to resemble a society's majority group, no? Or assume the values, behaviors, and beliefs of another group, whether fully or partially. It's actually assimilation. Tama to ganiya. Dili amalgamation ha, assimilation. Wait na sa'yo. So, cultural transmission is the process through which cultural elements in the form of attitudes, values, beliefs, and behavioral scripts are passed onto and taught to individuals. Cultural transmission, igluan ka kung saan pagluto, kung saan pag-istorya, no? It's considered as cultural transmission. Transmit, no? Then cultural amalgamation is the blending of two cultures. This is also known as the melting pot theory, the Chinoy culture. And if you are a BS Ed Soc I know you are familiar with Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great is one of the greatest generals in world history who conquered, who combined uh, East and West, no? So, pinag-isa niya yung through his empire, nagkaroon ng amalgamation of culture between Asia and Europe. Mo na ang resulta karon kanang sa time niya katong Alexandria, nga nay mga sculptures na uh, makuha mo din yung ma-associate niya sa Asia or sa Europe, dili kay amalgamation naman siya, combination of two cultures. Then accommodation refers to the process by which individuals may take on values and beliefs of the host culture and accommodate them in public sphere while maintaining the parent culture in the private sphere. Mao ra gud ni ang gitawag nato nga, for example, kadtong ni-attend mi og naman si Yumel dire kadtong ISBSP Balyonel, Yumel nga ni atong Bangladesh, di ba? Ang atong mga kauban kay mga from other countries man, so nag-English ta. Pero kung kita nagali mag-istorya sa atong group chat, sige tag pinahantsaw in Bisaya. So that's an example of cultural accommodation. When you are in the public and you are at the middle of the majority of people speaking that language, this is just an example, ha? Mo speak ag English. But kung naka sa inyong balay, magbinisaya ka mo, kaya kasinabot mo. So that's an example of cultural accommodation. Refers to the process by which individuals may take on values and beliefs of the host culture and accommodate them in public sphere while maintaining the parent culture in the private sphere. Nakuha? Okay? Press 1 kung nakuha. Press 1 kung nakuha. Okay, good. Let's move on. 22. When a personal believes, thank you. When a person believes that his or her culture is more superior to others, he or she can be guilty of answer. Yes. This is ethnocentrism. So, unsa man ni sila? So, ethnocentrism is perceiving that one's culture is greatly superior to others. No? So, your culture is superior. Ay, mas maayo ang Pinoy. Mas maayo ang mga waray. Mas isog. Oh, mas mga lami. Ba? No? So, that's ethnocentrism. Perceiving one's culture as greatly superior to another. Uh, Pero sometimes, kung masubrahan, kung itong katawan na nimo kay, yay, yan na sila, yay, mas sibilisado pa man sa inyo kitaon, that's actually ethnocentrism, ethnocentric. Xenocentrism, xeno actually means foreign, no? So xenocentrism means the preference for others' culture like products, way of life, and cultural factors. Kanang imbis nga ba music kag OPM, puro naka-cha, kanang tamayanan, o sa kasabot, pero malingaw makaskon, no? Mo na lang pwede mo ha, Korean ba? That's actually xenocentrism. No? Kanang prefer ka og foreign, part from your culture. Xenocentrism. Nakuha ko? Ethno, sabi ba, ethnic, so ethnicity ni mo, no? So meaning, imuhang kultura mas superior kaysa sa ubang kultura. Ethnocentrism. Xenocentrism. Xeno stands for foreign man. So it means foreign culture is ang ipalabi. No? Xenocentrism. Cultural relativism refers to not judging a culture to our standards. You as a Christian should not judge a Muslim who practices polygamy because the culture of Christians and Muslims are different. So basically, naka sa middle na activism. Okay. Wow, interesting na inyong kultura. Ano ba? Anong way halong bias nga? Way halong, ay, mas mayo ka man ni. Ay, dito, mas mayo pa na sa inyo ha. Ito, nga mga wag yun ang Pinoy. Ano ito? So, that's xenocentrism man. So, ethnocentrism, uy, kami gud ni. Bikso. So, ethnocentrism, yan na. So, kung joke na itong bikso ha. Ang cultural relativism is you don't actually rank cultures. Kung kinsa mas nindot, kinsa mas fun, you appreciate each culture regardless of asa na siya gikan. No? So that's cultural relativism. Ang cultural lag is the deficit between culture and the rate of technological changes. For example, nanatay advanced ways of kanito pag-manipulate sa organs, Oo, so mga na kanang stem cell nga gitawag kanang mga therapy. Nya kana pong in vitro ba na ma'am? Kana bitong fertilization? Oo. Kanang pagpaanak. It's high tech but our culture is biased against it, against na practice. Bali, oo. Wala siya. So, may advance na ang atong technology pero nagpabilin na gihapon ta sa atong code. That's actually cultural lag. Naglag ba? Ay, nakuha ninyo? Press 1 kung nakuha. Press 1. Pasensya na mo ha kung basige kani may story pero may press 1, press 1. Okay, murag awkward kasi nga yan kung nakuha nga why response ba? Nga manag ba ito sa classroom nga automatic ang response. So, anyway, share ko lang. Let's proceed. So, kani. Mrs. Juana de la Cruz, no? So, kasal na siya ni Juan. So, is a 75-year-old woman who is having a difficulty adjusting to old age. A particular field of psychology that will greatly help her would be blank. Answer. Again, ha, old woman who is having a difficulty adjusting to an old age, to old age rather. What particular field of psychology? Hmm? Geriatric psychology. Okay? So geriatric psychology is a specialized field of psychology that deals with primary concerns of old age. Puro ra gyud na yung mga lagas, ladies and gentlemen. No? Ang gitawag ninyo nga social psychology deals with how people's behavior is affected by societal conditions and vice versa. Meaning, kung unsay epekto sa mga pangitabo sa imong sosyedad, no? Sa imong behavior, for example, your family, how does the type or kind of family you have influences your behavior. Di ba natin gitawag na social learning theory? Marag covered na siya sa social psychology. No? Another one is health psychology. It's applied psychology that deals with biological aspects of health and wellness. Then experimental psychology deals with human behavior by subjecting the participants to controlled and experimental group conditions rather. So, ano na siya? Okay, next, 24. If the demand, dynamics sa punta. So, yan ikabongga ang saksay, no? So, from Philippine history, geography, to sociology and anthropology, to psychology, and then let's put this economics, ladies and gentlemen. If the demand is equal to supply, there will be answer. Very good. That's equilibrium. Okay, narinig explanation dito. Okay. Shortage or excess demand is a situation in which the demand for a product or service exceeds its supply in the market. So kung sa ato pa sabot naman mo ano no. So mo ra na og kanang na 100 ka tawo niya ang kinahanglan para mapakaon ang kani nga 100 ka tawo is 50 kasako nga bugas. Unya ang available lang is 30 kasako nga bugas. So natay gitawag na shortage of supply. Binisaya nga term na. Ang surplus food na ay di ba? Ganyan, 100 ka tao, 50 lang nga bugas, okay na. Karon sa surplus is ang 50 nga bugas nahimong 100. So, one sack is to 100. So, sobra-sobra. That's surplus. No? So, it occurs when there is some sort of disconnect between supply and demand for the product. No? Pero delikado ba ya ang kuan ha? Delikado ang extreme na surplusan. di po na maayo. Yun sa may apektado. Kung sa shortage or excess of demand, ang dihado isang customer kay walay panganon, for example, sa surplus pod, ang dihado isang negosyante. Mao na nga kung makita mo sa balita, nanay mga patatas, mga utan sa bagyo, may panglabay na lang. Sobra-sobra naman ya. Kana bang mo harvest ka, unya kay ang pag-harvest pa lang is mahal kaayo kaysa sa imuhang pagbaligya sa actual na product kay nagsobra-sobra kasi mao na ang problema basta nagsobra-sobra ang supply kay mo gamay ang presyo. Kinsay dihado ang producer. Sa shortage ang dihado customer. Surplus ang dihado isang producer. Nakuha? Press 1. Ug sa dihang nag battery is low. Wala ma-charge? Ano nag-battery is low? Agoy mo di ay. Namura. Sorry. No? So, nagulat ang lahat. Oo. So, mo to siya, ladies and gentlemen. Nakuha na siguro ito, no? And the next deficit occurs when expenses exceed revenues, imports, exceeded export liabilities, exceed assets. Deficit. Then economic equilibrium may be defined as the price at which supply equals demand for a product. In other words, where the hypothetical supply and demand curves intersect. When an economy is said to be in equilibrium, there should be no surplus or shortage of goods and services. Sakto lang, patas lang. Okay? Next. Okay. Philippine government na punta. Participation in governance, including the right to vote and right to be elected in public office, as well is secured within citizenry's blank. What is this? Answer please. Sure mo. Letter B. It's not actually letter B. It's actually letter C. Ano man. Ani na mo ka man to play in mga dili na, ano itong critical, medyo critical na pangutok sa saksay. No? Adto kay remembering man to dati karon murag medyo critical ni siya. For example, ang sentence is participation in governance, including the right to vote and right to be elected in public office as well is secured within the citizenry's blank. It is not limited to suffrage. I know inyong answer is suffrage because of the word including the right to vote and the right to be elected in public office. Yes, that's correct. That's suffrage. But remember, there is this phrase, participation in governance, which means na hindi lang limited to voting and to be elected or suffrage. That is actually a political right. Ano ba nang participate ka o, for example, na referendum? That's your political right to participate. It's not the right of suffrage, no? Pero kung mo participate kag referendum, plebiscite, it's participation in governance. Ano mo participate ka og recall, anong pagpatanggal ba sa usa ka official, that's participation in governance, no? And participation in governance, of course, include suffrage, no? Pero ani nga question, it's not limited to it's not limited to suffrage only, ha? Kaya na may participation in governance. So the answer is political rights. Okay? Nakuha ninyo? Or paspas ra ko? Press 1 kung nakuha. Kung wa ang itohon. Press 1. Press 2 kung wala makuha. Again. Kaya mura magnihilom ang show. Nakuha gyud. Wow, right. Kana gyud. Again ha. The question is tricky. I admit that. Kay bisag ako pud siguro no nga magpa basta-basta mao lagi nang gitawag ninyo nga nato nga sa exam dili excited masyado. Ano bang, uy, katigo ko nila, ladies and gentlemen, wrong day to. na maginay sakit sa exam. No? Kinahanglan bisag sayon ra na kayo sa iyong pananaw, di na sayon. Basahag yung pag-ayo kay basig nalipat lang ka. Ha? So you analyze participation in governance. The, to participate in the voting process and then to be elected as public official is actually a participation in part of participation in governance. Pero yun na nga, it's the sentence or the question is not limited to right to suffrage because of the phrase participation in governance, which is actually a political right of every citizen in this republic. So nakuha, na nabili suffrage, again press 1 daw. Ano, murag gamay ra gyud, tulo lang ang nakakuha. I hope nakuha na ha. Oo. Asa naman ko? Hmm. Nakuha na. Okay naman siguro na. So, political rights ang tawagan na ha. We have actually classes of rights. Okay. Natural rights. They are those rights possessed by every citizen without being granted by the state, for they are given command by God. As a human being created to his image so that he may live a happy life. What is an example of a natural right? Right to life. That's an example of natural right. Tao ba din naghatag sa imong kinabuhi? Ang Ginoo man. Well, kung religious ka na nga pagkatay nga, nagi talaga. It's a natural right of a person to live. Diba? Then, right to be free. Freedom is a natural right. Nga naman di, ay gipanganak dahil mo, gipangkadinahan. Diba? Wala. So, it's a natural right of a person to be free, to have freedom. It's natural right. No? Ano pa ba? Right to love. Di man kaprisuhon kung nahigugma ka. Pero kung nakabit ka, lain na siya nga istorya, no? So right to love is a natural right, ladies and gentlemen. So nagmahal lang ako, di ba? But anyway, it's a natural right. Another one is constitutional rights. So they are actually those rights which are conferred and protected by the Constitution. Muna na siya ang gitawag na right to vote. Kaya ang right to vote, di na siya gihatag sa Ginoo, no? Gihatag na siya sa Constitution sa imo. Muna nga, constitutional right na siya. Nakuha? Right to freedom of assembly. It's a constitutional right. Dagang right. So, pasahan nyo ang Bill of Rights. So, dito tanan ang mga gitawag na to nga constitutional rights. Another one is statutory right. They are those rights. So, something statutes. Statutes is actually another term for laws, mga batas, no? Statutory rights are those rights which they are provided by laws, promulgated by law, making body and consequently may be abolished by the same body. An example of this is ikaw empleyado naa kay right na hatagan sa imuhang employer og mga benepisyo. Diba? O kanang statutory man na. Oo, gikan man na sa balawd, wala na sa konstitusyon. Kita ba sa konstitusyon, na GSIS, PhilHealth, wa. It's a law. So it's a statutory right, no? Another one is kanang pag-receive og bonus. It's a statutory right, no? It is provided by law. Nakuha niyo? Nakuha ang diferensya, Brad. Natural, gihatag sa Ginoo, constitution, nasa constitution, statutory, gikan sa balaod. Press 1 kung nag-gets. Press 1 kung nag-gets. Okay. Good. Last na ni ha. May masulti? Ah, ang constitutional right, these are the major classes of rights. But there are types of constitutional rights. First is the political right. Mo na yung answer kanya. They are such rights of citizens which give them the power to participate directly or indirectly in the establishment or administration of government. Freedom of speech is actually a political right, no? Okay. Civil rights, they are those rights which the law would enforce at the instance of private individuals for the purpose of securing to them the enjoyment of their means of happiness. Okay. Social and economic rights. Oh, basahin niyo kay kisinyasan ako na break. So they include those rights which are intended to ensure the well-being and economic security of individual. Then rights of the accused, mo ni ang nasa Miranda rights bitaw. Mo na nga kung makakita mo bisan pa og kanang tawhanan ni patay sa imong atubangan di na nimo siya kana bitang pwede lang pod nga basta-basta lang pod nga patayon nga wa man kay threat sa imo kay bisan ang usa ka akusado na agid may karapatan, no, like the right against unreasonable search and seizures, the right of presumption of innocence, no, presumption of innocence. So, klaro na kaayo nga nipatay ka pero in the eyes of the law you are presumed as innocent, no. Then the right to speedy impartial and public trial, and the rights against cruel, degrading, inhuman punishment. Kanang torture, for example, part of the rights of the accused. Now, mga tanong ko sa inyo, ladies and gentlemen, mag-break ta ha. Dito pa mga tanong, sentence dito. Mag-break ta, okay ra sa inyo? Press 1 kung okay. Press 1 kung okay ra. Okay. Press 1 kung okay. Sakit na sa ulo, no? Pero sige lang, alam mo talaga na. Masakit na sa exam sa bako. So, practice. Train o kanang basa-basa. Okay, para pag sa exam, di na maparatan. So, mabalik pa mo after sa break, press 2. Ay, basin ba, ako na lang. Ay, oh God. So, sige daw. Press 2 kung mabalik pa. Sige. Break ta og kuan kanang mas mayo daw masakitan og ulo meaning ni function ang ulo. No. Pwede ba og naanad na mong di na masakitan? Sige.
Okay, so everyone, we will have a 5-minute break. Please stay on the line, or you may exit and come back later after 5 minutes.
Merkado pa ko.
Sir Kevin, excuse me, Sir Kevin. We could not hear you, sir.
Hello, hello. Sorry, wala ma-on akong mic. Okay, so
That's
press
better.
1 if ready na. Press 1. Away tagamay, no? Hmm, thank you. Sige, let's start. Press 2 if you can now see my slide or my screen. Press 2 if you can now see my screen. Okay. Okay, let's proceed to the next item, which is, okay, number 26. In the Philippines, you will not be imprisoned due to debts. No? Ang sa maning debts, utang ha? So, the statement is generally blank. In the Philippines ba daw, mapriso ba daw ka sa utang? So, what's your answer? Ay, no, the question is, in the Philippines, you will not be imprisoned due to debts. Is this true? Di ba ka mapriso tungod sa utang sa Pilipinas? Kung nakiutang sa Pilipinas. Is this true? Yan no, nalilagay na priso tungod sa utang. So, it's actually true. Ay, saan yung answer? Saglit lang. What's your answer on this item? In the Philippines, you will not be imprisoned due to, okay, answer naman ko. Okay. The answer is actually A. You can never be imprisoned due to an utang here in the Philippines. Now, as explicitly stated in 1987 Constitution under Section 20 of Article 3, no one shall be imprisoned due to debt. That's actually in Section 20, Article 3. There is a colatilia there. Nevertheless, the draw laws a distinction when you commit acts that, with the intention to defraud when ang pagpangutang is naay halong pangpanguwat. Murabag panguwat, giwat ka kay para tagan kag kwarta. No? Such as issuing a bouncing check or when you intentionally abandon your address, nangutang ka karon 1 million, yan yung nga taga Pierre Garcia ka nya pagkaugma tuwa na day ka sa asang dapita wala makit-an imong address. So that's an example of defrauding. In that case, you will be in prison. Okay? Nakuha? Press 1 kung nakuha. Again ha, it's in Article 3 rather, Section 20, which states that no one shall be imprisoned due to death. Okay? Next. 27. The national government imposes these taxes except one. Your answer, please. The national government imposes these taxes except one. Okay, wala bayad ang pagpalit og motor karon? Okay. Energy tax. Ang krudo, waday kuan? Waday tax? Sige daw. A. Travel tax. Mhm. The answer is actually real property tax. Really? Mao gid talaga yung wa mo na ano kay ang yuta namang gibayad. But If you analyze the question is, the national government imposes these taxes, except one. Here are the taxes that the national government imposes to the public. First is income tax. Automatic man na. Estate and donors tax, value added tax, other percentages tax, ex- excise tax on certain goods, documentary taxes, custom duties, travel tax, energy tax, and private motor vehicle. Kinsa man ang mag-impose of real property tax? It is the province, city, or municipality. It's actually under the Local Government Code of the Philippines, no? Republic Act number 7160. Real property tax such as land, buildings, and machinery and other improvement. It's the local government who has the discretion kung pila ang buwis nga ayuon out from real property, land, building, machinery. Nakuha? Press 1 kung nakuha. Please, I will give you time to screenshot this one. These are actually the national taxes and national imposed taxes to the public. So wala ang real property tax because it's covered na sa municipal or provincial level. Okay, next. 28. The BIPSO employees or the employees of Biliran Province State University pool their funds, a source of possible loan grants to its members. What type of cooperative will they organize and register? Malikta ko ng kwarta, oo, tapos ang kaninga kwarta, ipa-loan. So what do you think? What type of cooperative will they organize and register? Yes, pautang, no? Loan. So this is a credit cooperative. Cooperative is defined as an autonomous association of persons united voluntarily to meet their economic, social, and cultural needs and aspirations through a jointly owned and democratically controlled enterprise. So a credit cooperative is a financial organization owned and controlled by its members who can borrow at low interest rates for an amount of money they have saved as a group. So other types of cooperative include consumer cooperative, producers cooperative, service cooperative, multi-purpose cooperative, or advocacy cooperative, and then workers cooperative. Okay. Please screenshot, and since we don't have the luxury of time, I do hope that you will research on the individual definitions. I do have here the definition of these cooperatives, but it would actually take time for me to explain. So, please do so na lang, ha? Kaya na pa yung mga important items sa unahan para makover na ito. So, 29, what is the power of the state to take away property for public use with just compensation? Again, what is the power of the state to take away property for public use with just compensation? For example, na may widening karon no, nya daghang balay ang guba, no? Nya kay gihimong kalsada. So, what is the power being invoked by the state in doing that? Answers? The answer is the power of eminent domain, or basin pag magbinuang si PRC, what is the other term for power of eminent domain? Na the other term, sir? Oh, naa. This is the power of type wa man ko good expropriation. Okay, ikaw na lang nila expropriation. Eminent domain. The other term for eminent domain is the power for expropriation. So kung ang imong balay gikuha sa gobyerno nga wa ka bayari, pwede ka mo file og kaso for that. Kasi in every private property that is used by the government or by the state for public purposes should be compensated. Ang owner should be compensated. So, okay. So, here are the powers of the state. The first one is the police power. I will discuss this briefly. Fundamental right of a state is to enact laws or regulations, law of overriding necessity, for promoting the common good of the people in relation to the right and enjoyment of persons to life and property. So, police power uh, in the simplest term rather, is actually the power of the government to enforce laws. So, kung for the purpose of securing the right of every citizen for their enjoyment and for the security of their life and property. So kung kawatan ka, automatic, dakpon sa estado ang nangawat. No? And that power is called police power. Kuha ninyo? So in the simplest term, ano siya? Ang police power, the power to enforce law, the law, police power. Power of taxation, on the other hand, is the power of the state to enforce proportionate contributions from the people for support of all government programs and services. Basically, a taxation is done, taxation of goods, products, services, etc. is done to fund public projects. So, isa man gikan ang bayad para makapatukod og kalsada, 'di ba, sa buwis sa mga tao. That's our buwis sa mga tao, sa mga serbisyo, etc. So that's actually the power of taxation. There is this term here to enforce proportionate contributions. Ngano dili man equal contribution, sir? Ngano dili man equal? So for example, no, si Manny Villar, niya, ako, na masulgi og gamay, niya pareha ra mig tax bayaran, dili siya pwede, no? Kay si Manny Villar bilyonaryo. Therefore, kung sino yung mas malaki yung kita, siya yung mas magbabayad ng mas malaking buwis. No? So, in this case, in our case, taxation is not implemented equally, but proportionately. Depende sa kung ano yung kaya mo. So, kung naman ay bracketing, hindi naman ta lisod naman tayo mag-compute. Naman ay computation actually. For, under train law, one of the benefits of the train law is that if you earn an annual income less than 250,000, 250,000 divided by 12, sige daw, 250,000 divided by 12. Kung ma-earn ka og 20,000, no? Kung ma-earn ka og 20,000 below, you will not be taxed. Wala na income tax. That is a guarantee of the train law. Katong gi-discuss na to ganyan ba 10963. So, yon, proportionate ang paghatag gyud og tax. So mas dako ang buwis ang dakong kita kaysa sa kanay kita, proportionate, not equal. Another one is the power of eminent domain or power of expropriation. Ano na siya? It is the power of the state to take possession of private property for public purpose after payment of just compensation. There's also what we call, nigawas ni sa ahong time, mo nang ahong gi-share, Regalian doctrine. Regalian doctrine of ownership is a legal principle that holds that all natural wealth, agricultural, forest, timber, mineral lands of the public domain, and all other natural resources belong to the state. Yes. So, wala gyud kay mahimo kung ang imuhang yuta kwaon sa gobyerno kay in the first place under the Regalian Doctrine tanang yuta, tanang natural resources is pagmamay-ari ng estado. But there's a safety, no? That is you will be compensated if the if that particular property will be taken away from you. Nakuha ninyo? So please take note of this power. Ha? There are three major powers. Ang kaning Regalian Doctrine ako raning i-share sa inyo mga brad. So, police power, taxation power, and power of eminent domain. Nakuha? Press 1 if nakuha. Okay? Sige. Let's proceed. Okay, number 30. 3 months ago, L's budget of 4,000 pesos can buy 6 kilograms of chicken, 2 kilograms of beef, 5 kilograms of pork, and 2 kilograms of mixed seafoods, and 1 kilogram of fish. Now, given the same amount of budget, the same amount, 4,000, she can now only buy less a kilo of each. This is an example of blank. Answer. Masa may nahitabo sa ekonomiya nga ano, ang 4,000 dati nga makapalit na unong kakilo nga chicken, tunga naman lay mapalit. What's this particular economic phenomenon? The answer is C, not sure. Dapat sure yun. Because it's the right answer, inflation. Okay. Tip lang na ako, no, kay sa exam kasi, usually, may panahon yun na magduha-duha ka sa imong answer. My tip for you is that, kung nagduha-duha sa answer, skip that item first. Proceed to the next. After nimo mahuman tanan, malangan mo ka. After mahuman nimo tanan, nimong answeranan, dapat answeranan. Kadtong item na nagduha-duha ka og answer, balik kag basa og balik. Okay? So, what if na-shadean na nako, tapos nagduha-duha ko? Ang tip sa imo is ayaw bagaa og shade una. Kay para dali ra ma-erase. Ha? Kung naduha-duha pag-answer, ayaw baga iduot ang pencil. Kay para kung gusto ka mag-change, is kuan, dili ka maglisod. No? But, ang ahong pinaka-advice dyan is kung na-answeran na nimo, mo na yun ka. So, ayan na, erase na. Sa tulo, ang gihatag na sa inyo, ha. Nara sa inyo kung asa inyong piliyon dito kung maabot mo sa nga sitwasyon. But, in my case, nag-erase ko actually kay kuan, pero unfortunately, on my part, di siya baga nga pagka-shade. So, nakaya ra. Kay basin ba magisi na inoon ang answer sheet, simba ko, human. So, mo na siya. So, the answer is inflation. Why? Inflation is generally, no, in Filipino term, ito ay ang kabuuang pagtaas ng presyo ng produkto at serbisyo. No? Kabuuang pagtaas ng produkto, bilang ng produkto, kundi pati na rin ng mga serbisyo. So, when inflation occurs, the peso purchasing power decreases. Meaning, moto ganiha nga ang 4,000 na makapalit og 6 kilos nga manok dati, karon makapalit na lang og tunga sa kilo. So, ang purchasing power sa peso is decrease. That's what happens when you have inflation. Sir, is inflation a natural economic phenomenon? Yes, it is a natural economic phenomenon. Mao na nga why ang bubot na lang siguro ang nagpabilin nga tag piso or pila. Kung dili man gali nila taas ang presyo, gamayan pud nila ang sod sa produkto. Ako niya, ganito ang happy karon nga tag piso Sila na laysod. Pira mo kabutog na po. Diba? So, yan na. Kada ang produkto madihado or mataas gid ang presyo. So, that's it. Then, thus else portas on which can buy greater quality of goods were not able to buy the same quality after 3 months because of inflation. Nakuha si inflation. Press 1 kung nakuha si inflation. Kani si economic crisis, unsa man ni siya, sir? The economic crisis is broad ni siya nga concept, unsa man ni nga crisis. An economic crisis could mean economic depression or economic recession. Unsa may difference ni economic recession o ni economic depression? Si recession is short term na pagbagal ng ekonomiya. Kanang wala na employed, taas ang mga presyo, nagkagubot yun talaga ang economy. And that we actually experienced that during the pandemic, no? It's a recession. We actually experienced a recession because of the pandemic kay nigamay ang supply. So nitaas ang mga presyo sa mga palitunon. Tapos walay kita ang mga tao kay gipang lockdown, wala nakapaninda. Wala na mamalit kay ano may ayuda. We actually experience recession. Recession is short-term economic crisis. Depression, mao na yung dapat ikabahala, no? Kaya ang depression, it's a long-term economic crisis. It would take many, many years and it would really result to unemployment, long-term unemployment. Yan na, complicated talaga. It happened in America, no? At ang Great Economic Depression. Nalugi ang Amerika ito. So, I hope that's clear. Recession, depression. Recession, short term. Depression, long term. So, more ganun na kung ikaw ma-depress ka, di ba? Sobra-sobra naman ang depress o depression, economic depression. Recession, recess lang na. Short term lang, pila lang ka minutes, 5 minutes, short recession, economic recession. So, that's another tip, no? Associate words para dili makalimtan. Recess, short term. Depress, murag bugat yun na. Dugay-dugay. Nakuha? Press 1 kung nakuha. Okay, very good. Right way. So, 31. What is considered as the oldest street in the Philippines? Saan? Sa Res Jobert, oy. Kadto magsibo, imposible wa mo katamak ani nga street. So, this is the Colon Street. Okay. Yes? Lagat, you have something to say? You're raising your hand? Okay, wala. Sa'yo, Prodeto. Okay. So, Colon Street, also known as Parian, is the oldest street in the Philippines. It was built by the Spaniards who arrived in Cebu in 1565 on the fleet composed of vessels San Pedro, San Pablo, and San Juan under command of Miguel Lopez de Legazpi. Okay. The Filipino hero used Plaridel as his pseudonym, yung sa name, or pen name. The Filipino hero who used Plaridel as his pseudonym. Answer. Very good. Memorize na yun kayo, no? Si Marcelo H. Del Pilar. Important pen names or pseudonyms, Dr. Rizal, Dimasalang at Laong Laan. Marcelo Del Pilar, Plaridel at Dolores Manapat. Graciano Lopisaina, Diego Laura, Mariano Ponce, Tikbalang, Naning, at Kalipulaku. Then, Antonio Luna is taga Ilog. So please, manggawas pud ni kaning kanang pen names. Ngayon na mo og sir daghan na ba ni manggawas? May na nang manggawas ang gipang review. Okay, next. This painting of Juan Luna shows fallen gladiators being dragged out of the Colosseum. So, what's the nangit yung ko ani nga spolaryong kay na wrong spelling ni ani sa pasok. Oo. Ayan. So, answer, spolarium. Letter C. Next, 34. He is the founder of La Liga Filipina. Founder of La Liga Filipina. Okay. Again, ha? Founder of La Liga Filipina. Agoy, si Graciano Lopez Haina is La Solidaridad. No? Libog kay pareha mo sila, puro sila la. But, the founder of La Liga Filipina is actually Jose Rizal. Si Graciano Lopez Haina is La Solidaridad. A group of uh, a group of Filipinos, Filipino Ilustrados, no, who fought for, who campaigned rather, for Philippine assimilation. Take note ha, not independence. Ang grupo ni Rizal, Haina, Marcelo H. Del Pilar, especially Rizal, they campaigned for assimilation. It's different from independence na because assimilation meaning gawing probinsya ng Espanya ang Pilipinas. That's what they fought for. It was Bonifacio, Aguinaldo, no? They fought for Philippine independence, not just assimilation. But, yun na nga, merong arguments din dyan, no, na, no, Rizal and the rest of the Israelis also fought for independence. But, kung kitaan mo talaga, they're advocating for reforms only in the way Spaniards run the country. They are not seeking for independence. Kung yun kanan. So, take note of this. Marcelo H. Del Pilar founded the newspaper Diaryong Tagalog. Okay? And then, Graciano Lopez Haina is founded the newspaper. Ay, by the way, wala may explain ang, thank you Sir Jason for this. Ambrosio Salvador, who is Ambrosio Salvador? Ambrosio Salvador is the first president of La Liga Filipina. Again, the founder is Jose Rizal. The first president of La Liga Filipina is Ambrosio Salvador. There's a difference, ha? Jose Rizal, founder. President, Ambrosio Salvador. So, please don't be confused. So, Marcelo H. Del Pilar founded Diaryong Tagalog. Then, Graciano Lopez Haina founded the newspaper La Solidaridad in Barcelona. And then, Ambrosio Salvador, first president of La Liga Filipina. Nakuha? First one, kung nakuha, ay move on na ka. Press 1 if nakuha. Okay na. Next. What is the first book printed in the Philippines? Wow. Very popular the siya, no? Okay. The answer is Doctrina Christiana. But this is not actually the full name of the book, no? It's actually Doctrina Christiana en Lengua Española y Tagala. So it's Christian doctrine in English, no, in Spanish and in Tagalog. Doctrina Christiana en Lengua Española y Tagala. And the short term is Doctrina Christiana. Okay, and this is the right answer. Doctrina Christiana. Who is the father of Philippine printing press? Or Philippine printing? Hmm. Kita. Type. Answer is, sige ako na lang. Tomas, Tomas Pinpin. Ang sagot po niya. Wala naman po yung letter P. So, rani. In. So, bastahan, Tomas Pinpin na siya. Tomas Pinpin. Okay, sometimes ask here daw kuno. The author of the book. Who is the author of the book? Say, Father Palencia. Alam ko sa'yo ito yung full name ni Father Palencia. Sorry ha. Kalimot na yun ko. Naglabad tong uh, Juan, ay, sorry, Juan D. Plasencia. I'll type in Palencia ni noon. Juan D. Plasencia. Y letter P ha, basta Plasencia na siya. Take note of that. So, unsa ni vocabulario de la lengua Tagala? The vocabulario de la lengua Tagala is actually the oldest and the first vocabulary in the Philippines in Tagalog, written in Tagalog. Vocabulario de la lengua Tagala. So, yung ano na may kuan kanang vocabulary sa Tagalog language, para ni siya sa mga Pinoy? No. This is for the Spaniards who would like to learn about Filipino language. Kasi they think na we cannot learn their Spanish language. So, hindi nila tinuro yan sa atin. Instead, sila yung natuto sa lingwahe natin. Kaya na-preserve yung pagiging Bisaya natin. Unlike Mexico, unlike South American countries, their lingua franca, no, nawala kasi nung dumating yung mga Espanyol, dumating yung mga Portuguese, pinalaganap nila yung kanilang lingwahe. But in our case, hindi nila pinalaganap yung Spanish language. Instead, they learned rather our language and made vocabularies which later on became a very important artifact of our past kasi naka-record doon yung mga salita na ngayon ay hindi na nag-i-exist but before nag-i-exist, no? For example, kanang word nga hunter or wa man ta kasabot na karon unsay Bisaya sa kuan hunter. It's actually mangangayam from the word ayam or dog because dog is used in hunting before. So the Visayan term for hunting is mangayam and then the hunter is mangangayam. So na-preserve yan through the vocabularies like that, no? So what about ratio studiorum? Wa na ko explanation, no? Ratio, rather, it's not ratio, no? It's Latin. Ratio studiorum is actually the educational system implemented by the Jesuits during the time of Rizal. And this is also the type of educational system, no, implemented by the Jesuits all over the world. Ratio studiorum. Okay. Another one is Un diálogo al aviso a la despedida de los colegiales. This poem is the last poem written by Rizal in Ateneo. In English, this is a dialogue, a farewell dialogue of college students. Parang ganyan. Un diálogo al aviso a la despedida de los colegiales. So, last poem written by Rizal in Ateneo. Next, which is, nakuha, press 1. Press 1, screenshot na lang nyo ha, para madali. Press 1. Eh, okay. Which is not an example of material culture. So, asa man diri hindi makita or di matouch, intangible. Naman tayo gitawag na tangible and intangible, material and immaterial. Tangible meaning nahahawakan, can be touched, no? Then, immaterial or intangible culture is yung hindi nahahawakan. It exists as an idea, tradition. Very good. Again, there are two types of culture, tangible and intangible or material and immaterial. Material meaning nahahawakan, nakikita. Intangible, they cannot be seen, they cannot be touched, no? But they exist in the realm of ideas, no? Practice. In economics economics is a rise is in economics, blank is a rise of general level of prices of goods and services in economy over a period of time. So what is the answer? Nana ni ganiha. Rise general level of a rise of general level of prices. Pagtaas ng kabuuang presyo ng produkto at serbisyo. What is this? Ano, nani-answer og letter C. Ano man? Again ha, rise of general level of prices. Yes, this is inflation. I explained this one kanina pa. No? Inflation. Okay. Capitalism is actually an economic system. Huh? Who is the father of capitalism? It's Adam Smith, no? Yan nanggaling yung phrase na laissez-faire. Uh, laissez-faire. Hindi siya laissez-faire. 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 Meaning, let alone policy. Well, medyo broad na po kung kaya ito yung discuss deeper, no? Depression, I explained kanina, long-term economic crisis. Then, D, free trade. Free trade actually means yung pagtanggal sa mga restrictions sa pagpangangalakal, no? Yung tariff, oo, kanang pag-remove sa taripa ba? Taripa sa exchange of goods from one country to another country, that's an example of free trade. Kung sa may makuha niyo sa free trade, kung wakay taripa, ang makuha niyo sa free trade is that you get to export your product with less restrictions to other countries. Therefore, you are increasing the available market of your products. That's what you get in free trade. Other than that, it also increases the supply of products in your country because if there is a decline or a shortage of supply, di ba, meron magkakaroon ng inflation. So, tataas yung presyo, which is not good for consumers. So, free trade actually help to prevent that one. Okay? Nakuha? Press 1 kung nakuha. Press 1 kung nakuha. Nanulo. Okay. Next. Jess Zartiga was born with a silver spoon. Okay. The person's social status at birth is known as blank. Jess Zartiga was born with a silver spoon. The person's social status at birth is known as, again ha, person's status at birth. That is the clue. That is, ascribed status. Panganak pa lang ka, ang dato ka mo na, meaning ng silver spoon. Na naka-automatic sa mataas ng ang lipunan. No? Panganak na dato. Wala ka nag-effort. Ascribed status. Another one is pagiging ate or pagiging eldest. That's an ascribed status. Pag anak pa lang nimo, ikaw ang pinakaunang gianak, ikaw dayon ang maguwang. Oh. So, ascribed status. No? It's inborn. No? Basta ascribed only is a status gain at the moment of birth pa lang. Achieved status on the other hand is achieve. Ma-achieve din mo. Kanang, what do you call that? Uh, it is a result of hard work. For example, ang pagiging teacher na ho, ang pagiging LPT ninyo pohon, that would be an achieved status. No? Kasi you gain that later in life out from hardships, etc. Ascribed status. Positions, for example, are actually achieved status. Nakuha? Press 1 kung nakuha. Achieved o ascribed. Sa kung ano anthropology. Okay. Again na, ascribe na may letter B, no? Meaning birth. Diba niya? Ascribe na yung letter B, di ba? Meaning status na nakuha birth. Letter B. Okay? So, kung achieve, automatic na. No. Buhara man na sila. Sige. Next. Okay. Another explanation. Status symbols are materials objects that show one's higher economic status. Ascribe a person's social status at birth. Achieve a position, a social position rather, that the person can acquire on the basis of merit and is earned or chosen. 39. According to most history books, the first three settlers were the Negritos, Indones, and Blanc. Okay. Malay. Malay. Who theorized this one? What's the name of the theory, man? Huh? What's the name of the theory who advocated this one? This is the migration theory by Henry Otley Beyer. The opposite of this is actually the core, kalimutan ko, core population theory by F. Landa Hucano. Hopefully, magawa siya or ano siya. Next is 40 na data, finally. This is a place considered as summer capital of the Philippines. Summer capital of the Philippines, Baguio. Cebu, sa man? What is Cebu man? Queen City of the South. Diba? Manila is the Pearl of the Orient. Siargao, sama ng Siargao. Queen City of the South. Di naman siya Queen City, ha? Queen City of the South. Ang Siargao is the surfing capital of the Philippines. Naigi-post si Sir Jason ani sa atong FB page. Dito complete all countries, all provinces and cities. Na dito. Ngayon kaog ka ng gateway to the Philippines. Zaman. Gateway to the Philippines. Diba? Asa man ang dagang airport? Sa Las Piñas. Las Piñas City. Star City of the Philippines. Quezon City. Kaya ito dito mga artista. Isang hawa, mention nito. Isla del Fuego. Asa man ang Isla del Fuego? Asa man siya makita? Or in English, it's Island of Fire. Asa man siya? Island of Fire. Very good. It's Camiguin. The Island of Fire. How about Biliran daw? The home of the sweetest water of the world, no? Biliran. Home of the sweetest water in the world. And asa to? O may diyan napay kan diri. Or Paradise and Discovery. Mm. Or Shipyard Antiquity, yes. According to Professor Bernaga, tama yan. Mm. This is considered as the longest bridge in the Philippines. Pa, Mar, letter B ko no, Cebu Cordoba Link Expressway. Pangatanan na, humana ba ni? Wala pa, di ba? So, ang holder, si San Juanico Bridge, yapon. Careful, ani ha? So, lanong kasi di lang ta magbinuang ang PRC ba kay makalibog gid ni. Nagid ni dilemma. So at present pa kasi wala pa naman ang Cebu Cordova Bridge. That's why you cannot claim that it's the longest bridge. Soon to be the longest uh, bridge in the Philippines. But to date, San Juanico pa rin. No? Sige. Oh, kaning San Juan Bridge. Ano sa may kuan ning San Juan Bridge? Si San Juan Bridge, ito yung bridge kung saan napatay ni Private William Grayson ang isang Pilipino na siyang nagsimula ng digmaang Pilipino-Amerikano. So it's a very historic bridge, no? Kasi dito naganap yung unang putok, no, ng isang Amerikano laban sa mga Pilipino na siyang naging dahilan ng Filipino-American War. Diba? So, kaning Malagonglong Bridge, sir, or Puente de Malagonglong, ano sa man siya? It's actually the longest bridge built by the Spaniards. Malagonglong Bridge, or Puente de Malagonglong. Asa man ni makitaan, sir? Tayabas, Quezon Province. Okay? Malagonglong Bridge or Puente de Malagonglong. The built, longest existing bridge built by the Spaniards. Nakuha? Tama yung Jobert. Ayabas. Nakuha? Press 1 kung nakuha. Okay, good. Next. What is the official organ of the Katipunan? Dili brain ha, dili lungs. Organ meaning, pan ba? Newspaper. Like that. Or primer. It's actually kalayaan. Kaya nga nalagay the Manila Times, klaro mo ni kayo nga dili, no? The Manila Times, kasi nung binuang ang PRC, mga na, what is the oldest existing newspaper in the country? The answer would be the Manila Times. Oldest existing newspaper in the country. Anong del superior gobierno, sir? This is actually the Spanish newspaper before. This is the name of their newspaper, Del Superior Gobierno. Kaning la independencia. This is the newspaper founded by Antonio Luna. I know all of you know him. Okay, so press 1, nakuha, kalayaan, organ of the Katipunan, Manila Times, oldest existing newspaper in the Philippines. Del Superior Gobierno, newspaper during Spanish time. La Independencia is the newspaper established by Antonio Luna. Next, what are the two factions of Katipunan? Answer. Klaro kayo na. Okay, the answer is Magdiwang and Magdalo. Later naman na question related to this. Kaning Partido Federalista and Partido Nacionalista. Partido Federalista is the first political party in the Philippines during the American time. This is the party who supported American occupation. Ano sila? Partido Federalista. No? Then later on, During the time of President Quezon, the oldest existing, napa ni karon ha? The oldest existing political party in the Philippines, Partido Nacionalista, was established. Kahora ning gituyo para ma-appeal ba og discuss. Partido Federalista, mao na siya ang kanang mao ni sila ang kanang mga Pilipino ba nga sip-sip sa Espanyol nya pag abot sa American sip-sip mo sila sa Amerikano mao na ilang party Partido Federalista aning Liberal Party and PDP laban Liberal Party mao ni sila magkaaway karon so Liberal Party political party of Noynoy Aquino and PDP laban by current President Rodrigo Duterte basig pangutan-on mo. So another one, 44, this pertains to the trade between Philippines and Mexico. Answer, okay, galleon trade. Next, during the Hispanic era, native and Chinese male mestizos 16 to 60 years old are obliged to do forced labor for 40 days. How can exemption be made? Very good, no? By paying palya. So, getting a cedula personal, a cedula, basin naglibog mo ba? So, ano sa difference sa cedula o tributo? Edad. Mura na difference sila. Si tributo, that was the first system of taxation implemented by the Spaniards during their time. Cedula personal, on the other hand, replaced tributo. Okay? So, nauna si tributo, after ana is si cedula personal. Si cedula personal is ah dapat nimo dalhon during the expansion, dapat mo dalhon wherever you go, kay kung wala kay cedula personal, arestohan ka sa Guardia Civil. Isa ng Guardia Civil ang police during the Spaniards time. Next is give some ay unsa answer ani? Alya tama. Ang sanctorum tax to the church. Ang saming sanctorum tax. Ang sanctorum tax, that is the tax given for the church. Ay dati mag build man of church pa. So, nagitawag na sanctorum church. Ano ba expression na sanctorum? Sanctorum dali. Jesus sanctorum. Kana. Naana siya. Sanctorum tax ang tawag. Then paying bandala. What is bandala? Bandala is, or the bandala system is actually, is, in Filipino term, that is sapilitang pagbili, no? Anang nagtanong ka, kung humay, ni baligya nimo adto lang sa mga Espanyol, sa ila lang. Hindi mo pwedeng baligya sa uban. That's actually bandala, no? Nakuha? Press 1 kung nakuha. Okay, sige, next. Sila or head tax, laro yung explanation. Please screenshot na lang. Madali ka. So, bandala, direct tax, yun talaga niya siya, no? Kay bayad na ni mo dayon. Nga, biligya dahil ni mo dayon ang iyong produkto sa ilang, hindi ka bayaran. Kaya ba? Ano isa sa mga abuso dati. So, wala, pobre gyapon ka. So, full servicios, forced labor. Asawat man no? Pero I know you are not yet, or probably, you are not yet familiar kung asa ni siya gi-pattern. The polo servicio is actually patterned to a forced labor system also imposed by the Spaniards in South America. And that system is repartimiento. It's similar to polo servicio, repartimiento, only that it is implemented in uh, South America, South American colonies. 16 to 60 years old required for the forced labor. Kung saan sila, magdalos, dili. Anang, dahil mga bato sa mga karaan nga church karon sa Bohol, nagkalat na, daghan kayo. Anang bato nga church. That's the product of forced labor. Adtong bukid para tibtib og kanang bato para himuong church, para himuong bridge, para himuong munisipyo, Okay. Those are products of pulo y servicios. Okay? Falya is the exemption fee. The members of the Principalya, yan yung mayayamang uh, Espanyol noon, or town aristocrats, no, were exempted from polio. Rich Filipinos annually pay the Falya a sum of amounting to 7 pesos in order to be exempted from forced labor. Local officials, such as Gobernadorcillo, Cabeza de Barangay, etc., and school teachers were exempted by law from polio. Ah, polo, rather, polio na yun. From the polo because of their service to state. Next, which Spanish policy, nakuha to? Which Spanish policy provided resettlement of Filipino communities to form town centers or cabeceras? Provided resettlement of Filipinos. What's the answer? Okay, reduction. Okay? So, assimilation, ano siya? One of the goals of the propaganda movement, which Rizal, Haina, and Delpira remembers, was to be assimilated with Spain or making the Philippines a province to Spain. That's assimilation. Reduction, on the other hand, is in areas where Filipinos live scattered across the landscape. So, dati kasi ang mga Pinoy, or ang mga Filipinos, mga Indios, specifically, okay. Ang mga Indios or Alipin slaves, they actually lived in far-flung areas. So what the Spaniards did is that, iusa nila tanan and then they form a kabisera. Mao bitaw na ang typical kabisera is naay simbahan, dool sa simbahan, eskwelahan. Di ba? Kitaan ninyo ang kanang mga kapital sa mga mga lungsod-lungsod karon. Simbahan, dool sa eskwelahan, tapos na ay plaza, is actually a system, a Spanish system in reduction, no? Nga naanatanan para mausa, nga no, usahon man nila. Kay para dali ang pangolekta og buwis. No? Kay ikaw daw kung magbaktas pag bila ka kulimutro sa mangolekta og buwis, lisod. No? So, usahon tanang tao para dali ra pag kolekta og buwis. That system is called reduction. Okay? Nakuha? Press 1 kung nakuha. Press 1 kung nakuha. Ayan. Bear with me kay medyo gabi-gabiin na. So, pinahanglan na to nga kaligamay. The encomienda system is introduced in the Philippines when Legazpi, in compliance with the decree issued by King Philip II in 1558, distributed lands in Cebu to loyal Spanish subjects. The misconception is that uh, the land, no, or the encomienda is a gift. No, it is not. It is just a favor. Kay loyal man ka, karanta kag yuta, sige. Tapos ikaw ang mangalikta o buwis. But it doesn't mean that you own the encomienda because it is the property of the King of Spain, King Philip II. No? You are only given the right to collect tributes or taxes from the inhabitants of that area assigned to him. I have heard here of uh, counties, mga ginawa, Villa Consuelo, meaning ang tagyan na si Don Consuelo. Villa is, kuan man, you call that, marag, hacienda ba? Oo, Villa Caneja, meaning ang tagiya si Don Caneja or Doña Caneja. Oo, kaya ang mga, mana siya ang lands na distribute sa mga dagkong tao. Or usually priest. Oo, kaya ang pari sa una dagag yuta. Look at Rizal. The land of Rizal family is owned by the Dominicans. No? Mao na nga dako iyahang kasuko sa mga Dominican sa UST, University of Santo Tomas, kung asa siya nag-college. So, ano siya? So, the man who received the favor, the encomienda, the name of the land, is called the encomendero. Next. The right invoked in the writ of habeas data, napunta, constitution na sad ta, is blank. Answer. The right to information privacy. Very good. Mao ni ang gi-invoke ni Dilima kay nung mo ni Dilima kadtong 2016-2017 nagipangukay ang record lang ni Janelle ug ni isa to kung iyang mga gihalungkat ba ang iyang mga personal data na nasuko ang iyang iyaan. So mao to ni file siya og writ of habeas data which of course the Supreme Court later on did not grant, no? So mao na siya right to information privacy. You file that one when you think that your personal data are being ano na used for uh, bad purposes, no? So how about right to gather in right to healthy environment? It's actually the writ of kalikasan. Kung ako ang ilog, kung pugaw, hmm, you file a writ of kalikasan. That's actually why napugos ang gobyerno karon paglimpyo sa Manila Bay kay na ni petition ana. Then of course, grant man sa Supreme Court. So, limpyuhan nila. Right to life, liberty and security. You invoke this one using the writ of habeas corpus. So, ay, amparo rather. Writ of amparo, sorry. Writ of amparo. Invoke when the right to life, liberty, and security is being threatened or violated. So, for example, you are a teacher and then you think na endangered na imong life, oo, na-endanger na imong liberty and your security, can file writ of amparo. Then, for writ of habeas corpus, it is a security that is sometimes, during the time of Marcos sa 1935 Constitution, mo ni siya ang masuspend sa time ni Marcos. Karon, kung mag-declare kag martial law, writ of habeas corpus will not be automatically suspended. Nga na importante man si writ of habeas corpus because without the writ of habeas corpus, you can just be arrested and detained without basis. Okay? Kung ngayon ka, uy, naong mga kriminal, restoran ka na ako, pwede na siya. If suspended ang writ of habeas corpus, that's basically the reason why dagang naresto sa time ni Marcos because suspended si writ of habeas corpus. Because when you file a writ of habeas corpus, it means the court would want the authorities to show your body nga, okay, explain nun, legal ba ang pag-aresto sa imuha? Na ba kay warrant of arrest? Na ba'y basis ang paglisto? Mo may panitawan, warrant of arrest. Kung dadon ng pagpuli, instances when an arrest can be nanay provision. You can be arrested without warrant of arrest if number one, criminal ka nga nitakas sa imong lungga. Paano naman ka? Kana bang yatula naman ka? Anya, nitakas ka. So you can be arrested without warrant of arrest. Number two, once the crime is committed, no, in the presence of an enforcing authority. Kita ka, ang pulis nakakita nga nangawat ka, di na siya matug korte niya mangayo og kanang warrant of arrest, automatic na. Then, or the third one is when there is a particular witness the crime that just happened, tapos na timingan na naay authority nga nagbantay, so pwede ka arestohon bisan og walay warrant of arrest. So those are the three conditions, only three conditions when a warrant of arrest, when an arrest can be done without warrant of arrest. The rest is kung natugra ka sa bahay niya gikalit kag pick up, di na illegal na siya, walay warrant of arrest. Okay? And you can file writ of habeas corpus for that. Nakuha ninyo? So press 1 if nakuha. Janelle ko no. Press 1 of nakuha. Okay ha? Take note ito ha. Warrantless arrest. unwarrantless arrest. Next, kalikasan, no? Man naman tayo no? Data naman na. 48. The economic policy that good action is one that helps the greatest number of people is called. Answer? Kan lang tagamay ha? Answer, letter D. Utilitarianism. Sige daw, testingan nato utilitarian ba mo? Okay, naay nabanggaan. Ah, naay gi-hostage. Kaya na lang, naay gi-hostage. Ah, kaya na lang. Nalunod ang barko. Onya, ikaw nakay kuan ka ng life jacket nga daghan. Onya, kasya lang siya sa tao nga duol sa imo ni nakakita ka nga nay usa ka tawo nga walay nga malumos pud siya. Pero kung hatagan nimo siya og life jacket, kamong tanan malumos. So unsa man hatagan nimo og life jacket tong isa ka tawo or dili? No, you sacrifice one life para ang kadamuan masalba. No? Kung if you choose, mayon ka nga, adto ko sa, kuan, mas maayo tong mas dagan kog madluwas. Kaysa kadung sa pasag dito siya. So that's actually a utilitarian mindset. No? Kanang the greatest good for the greatest number. Oh. Anas Duterte, utilitarian. Uh, Katurugista, nga, what yun, para ang austerity mo kuan. That's utilitarianism. So yan ang istorya na kay medyo uh, critical na siya topic. Ang mercantilism is an economic system of trade that spanned from 16th century to 18th century. Mercantilism was based on the idea that a nation's wealth and power were best preserved by increasing exports and so involved the increasing of trade. Precious metals such as gold, silver were deemed indispensable to a nation's wealth. So this actually is one of the drivers of colonization. Ah. So colonization defined as the control by one power over dependent area or people. Screenshot na lang, palihog. It occurs when a nation subjugates another. Usually, a stronger country subjugating a weaker country, controlling everything, controlling the population. That's called colonialism. Capitalism, again, economic system. Utilitarianism is a theory of morality, which advocates the actions that fosters happiness and pleasure and opposes actions that causes unhappiness or harm. So ito, the greatest good for the greatest number. Utilitarianism. Um, I am tempted to explain this one. Forms of imperialism. Kasi there are different forms of imperialism. You have a colony, a protectorate, and a sphere of influence and economic imperialism, which is the modern, they call as the modern form of imperialism. The old form is colony. Katong kita, gisakop ta. So, a country or territory governed internally by a foreign power. Stronger country takes over weaker countries. Protectorate, on the other hand, is a country. This happened to Cuba. Okay. A country or a territory with its own internal government, but under the control of outside power. So, Britain established protectorate in Niger, River Delta. So, paano siya? Country siya, na siya government, silang nagdumala sa tanan, trade and all, pero ang iyang security is controlled by a stronger country. So, bigyan mo siya totally independent, no? Kay, proteksyonan man siya. So, and that's protectorate. Ang sphere of influence, this happened to China. Kadong divide ang China nga an area in which an outside power claims an exclusive area for trading and other privileges. Nahitabo ni China after Opium War. Tunga ang China sa Ang North sa French, nga napay part ang Amerika, ang British, may part ang German, mo nang China karon na ni Mouse. Kay dati, gidaog-daog mo na sila nga country. Oo. So, karon, mo na paningkamot ni Xi Jinping na mabalik ang greatness of China. Oo. Mo na ni karon. Economic imperialism is the modern form of imperialism. An independent but less developed country controlled by the private business interests than uh, rather than other governments. The Dole Fruit Company controlled pineapple trade in Hawaii, for example. Or kana bang country nga, well, in our case, man ay kuan sa mga critic no sa Amerika nga America is not really colonizing us, but they are colonizing us in terms of business. Ano bitong, oh, tagan mo na mo ani, in exchange, dapat mo ni inyong buhaton. That's economic imperialism. Bayad mi ninyo kani para inyo kaming katagan og ani. That's economic imperialism. Okay? 49, nakuha to? Press 1 kung nakuha. Screenshot na lang, palihog. Paspas na ko, no? Sige. So what contained the concrete promise of Americans to Filipinos independence as soon as stable government can be established? Again, what contained the concrete promise of the Americans to Filipinos independence as soon as stable government can be established? Ang sa tong Philippine Autonomy Act, Philippine Autonomy Act. Asa man ang Philippine Autonomy Act? Hello? Philippine Autonomy Act. Answer, letter? Wala. A. Preamble of Jones Law. Jones Law of 1916. Remember, ha? Ang tidings map daw provide siya og 10 years. So, definite. Ani kay, yun man sa diri, independence as soon as stable government can be established. So, mo ni ang Philippine Autonomy Act. Ang Jones Law. Okay? Sige, next. Which best describes the division of the legislature into Senate and House of Representatives. Okay? Ah, sige sir, thank you sir, thank you sir. Okay? Okay, very good. This is bicameralism. Bicameralism. Okay. Okay. Congress is a bicameral, meaning na upper house and na ay lower house. Ipaspaso na na ako. Which is legislative check on the president? Okay. Legislative check to the president. Rejection of appointments by the president. So, ano naman tayo? Kanina lang last. In a republican country or a democratic country like the Philippines, we have three branches of government. That includes the legislative or the Congress, which is responsible for creating laws, and you have the executive branch, which enforces laws. The Congress creates laws, executive branch enforce these laws, also sign the bills, no? And it is the court who interpret the laws or the judicial branch. In our case, since we are in a bicameral type of legislature, we have two branches, no? two branches, two mm, houses rather, the Senate and the House of the Representatives. Senate being the upper house, and then the House of Representatives being the what's that?
Last 10 minutes.
Uh,
Mga
being
stocks mo
the
lang Miss Max.
wow. Thank you, sir. Salamat, sir. Last one, sir. Uh, Congress again, uh, composed of House of Representatives and the Senate. House of Representatives is the lower house, the Senate is the upper house. Question: how many representatives are there in the Philippines? Members of the House of Representatives. In general na ha, including party list. There are how many? 304. But only 243 of them are representatives. The rest are actually pila to? 61 are actually party list representatives. Okay. So, mana siya. Then, term. Election kasi next year niya. Bangin bag nagbinuang ang PRC niya. Puro election ang i-cover sa SOC Sci. So, term sa members House of Representative, pila man. For example, pila man ang term, pila ka years ang term ni Jerry Boy. Siya man na itong kuhan karon. Representative. Pila ka years. Pila ka years. Okay, hello. Alam, mura, congressman. Pila ang term? 3, very good. 3 years. But renewable for maximum niya, maximum number of years. No? 9 years. Ang 6 years nga term and renewable to another term is ang senador. Okay? So, kung modagan kong senador karon, modagan kag senador, you are given 6 years. Tapos, pwede gyapon ka modagan the following election. So, 12 years na. After ana, pwede pa ba? Dili na. Pahuway una og 3 years. Tapos dagan na pod. Ayan na mo na yung mga politiko dira nga nangugat na sa Senado. Okay. Pwede man siya, marinyo-renew. House of Representatives said marinyo for 3 terms only, equivalent to 9 years. Okay. Mas pa iban. Then, President, the executive department is composed of the President, the Vice President, members of the executive department, cabinet departments, and independent government agencies. They enforce the laws, no? So, yun. Term of the president rather, is term of the president. Pila man? 6 years. Very good. The same with the vice president. Okay. Now, judicial courts. Na ba i-elect ba ni sila? Dili no. They are actually appointed. Kinsa may mga appoint sila, sir? President. Kinsa mo confirm? Ang Congress. Mora ba, sir? No, dili. Usa mo approve ang president, dili lang siya basta-basta nga mo handpick og ikaw ang gusto nga Chief Justice, ikaw ang gusto na Associate Justice. The justices of the Supreme Court are selected by the Commission, Judicial and Bar Council. They are nominated, shortlisted. Pwede ka ma-apply, pero i-shortlist pa ka sa Judicial and Bar Council. The list of nominees will be submitted to the Office of the University President President of the Republic of the Philippines, and then it is the President of the Republic of the Philippines who will appoint the judges of the Supreme Court. Nakuha? Okay. Sir, pangutana. Kung saan man pag-remove sa congressman, sa mayor, sa kapitan, oh, kung saan man pag-remove na nila, ano, excluding congressman, sorry, kung saan pag-remove sa gobernador, sa, sa officials, local officials, they can be recalled through, they can be removed through recall. Recall. Ang sabi ng recall, it is like a referendum, mag-votation ng tanang mga tana. Elect na no, ang usa ka politician. Nga, turned out diay nga nawa ang trust and confidence sa mga tao sa iya ha. Pwede magpa-referendum ang private individuals, pirma. Mula po siya nag 50%, automatic tanggal sa pwesto ang usa ka local official. Okay? How about members of the House of Representatives? How do you remove them, man? Congressman and senators. If you don't like them, sila rin mo boto-boto, no? It needs two-thirds votes of the no, not impeachment. Huh? Members of the House of Representatives and Senate can only be removed with a vote of two-thirds of the members of the Senate and senador and two-thirds of the members of the House of Representatives. That's the only way you can remove member of a House of Representative and a senator. Okay ha? Then, yunhan lang daw ko ni Marvin. Ang executive branch, no? President and the Vice President, it can be removed through impeachment. No? So, ang cabinet, sa member ni cabinet nga si Duque, pwede na siya i-impeach. Si Roque, pwede na siya i-impeach. Dili. Mawitamingon sila nga, only the president can remove me from my position. They can only be removed through dismissal of the president. If they will be dismissed by the president, that's the time that they can be removed. But the members of the cabinet, president and vice president, impeachment sila. No? Together with the members of the Supreme Court. Question. Na, how can you remove, how many members are there, Day? How many members are there in the Supreme Court? How many justices in the Supreme Court? How many justices are there in the Supreme Court? 13? Sure? How many justices are there in the Supreme Court? What name mo? 4? Hindi ka gamay. Sige daw. Okay ra na ha? 115? Wait. Sige, it's actually 15. Tama, Joel. Nangutan ako, how many justices? Correct. 15. How many associate justices? Lahi din ang associate justices, sir. Para mga tao, ragad gyapon na. One associate justice? 14. 14 associate justices of the Supreme Court and one chief justice. Bali. Nagdamo na ng chief justice. One chief justice and then 14 associate justices. Sir, how can they be removed? Through impeachment. Ha? Asa man na balik na po na niya. Okay. Kasi tag impeachment. Asa man ay makita ng impeachment ha? It's actually in the Article 11 Accountability of public officials, Section 2. The President and the Vice President, the members of the Supreme Court, the members of the Constitutional Commissions, and Ombudsman may be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of 1. Culpable violation of the Constitution, 2. Treason, 3. Bribery, 4. Graft and corruption, 5. Other high crimes, and 6. Betrayal of public trust. So 6. Take note of this. All other public officers and employees may be removed from office as provided by law, but not by impeachment. So only the president, the vice president, the members of the Supreme Court, the members of the Constitutional Commission, and the ombudsman can be impeached or can be removed from their office through impeachment. Pero, no, na-trick karon si Kalida. He used, asa to siya? Co-waranto. No? Unique yun kay bunga to yung utok, no? He used co-waranto to remove, ha? To remove Chief Justice, isa na, Chief Justice, si Chief Justice Serenio. Na-remember niyo to? No, it's, ang co-waranto kasi, kasi na siya sa Constitution. It's also in the Constitution wherein uh, an office occupied by unqualified person who is not fit to hold the office can be removed from the office through co-waranto. So, no? Nagdamo ang sama siya ang trick Diana, no? So, na-remove si Serenia because of that. Co-waranto. Take note of that. And then, but let's stick to impeachment. Karon, mga tana si PRC. How many impeachable officials are there in the government? Huh? How many impeachable officials are there in the government? Mo siya. So, we have these numbers. Usa ka presidente, usa ka vice presidente, 15 ka membro sa Supreme Court, o membro sa Constitutional Commissions. Pila man ang Constitutional Commissions? Law, Commission on Audit. Kani sila independent ni sila ha, mga neutral ni sila nga commissions. Their budget cannot be cut, no? Increase lagi na increase, di na pwede pamubaan. Ang budget sa Commission on Audit, kaya na sila fiscal autonomy nga gitawag. So, Commission on Audit, they have 3 commissioners, 1 chair, and 2 commissioners. Comelec na ay 7 na commissioners, isa ka chairman o 6 ka commissioners nga members. Ang civil service na ay 3. Tapos isa ka chair o 2 ka members nga commissioner. Unya, usa ka ombudsman. Pila may total? Sige daw. Compute sa presidente, usa ka vice president, 15 ka Supreme Court members, 3 ka commissioner sa Commission on Audit, 7 ka COMELEC members, 3 sad sa Civil Service Commission, usa ka ombudsman. Very good. There are 31 impeachable officials of this country, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So, just bangin lang ba o managang lang ta. So, take note of that, ha? 31 impeachable officials. Balik ta. Qualification. Kaya basin lagi, binuangan mo. So, may na lang ng mangandam ta. Qualification sa senador. Screenshot palihog. Natural born. 35 years old. Able to read and write, no? Kamo, usa mahir sa DepEd, dapat mo mag-adag lisensya, pero kaning mga tawhana, makabasa lang, senador na. So, a resident of the Philippines for not less than 2 years immediately preceding the day of the election. House of Representatives, a natural born, 55 years old, able to read and write, except for party list representative, a registered voter in the district in which he shall be selected, and then a resident thereof for a period of not less than 1 year preceding the election. Ha? Sa district kung asa siya modagan. Additional qualifications of party list representatives: a bona fide member of a party organization which he seeks to represent for at least 90 days preceding the day of election. Qualification of a president, which is also the qualification of a vice president. He should be a natural born citizen of the Philippines, a registered voter, literate, which means can read and write, at least 40 years old on election, so kanang mga nangarap na mudagan si Vito Silto, dili pa pwede, hindi pa 40. So resident of the country for 10 years, no? 10 years, and elected at large by plurality, not majority. Kay si Duterte ni Daog, plurality lang to, dili to majority kay 18 million naman to yung na-garner, which is not uh, more than 50% para ma-call ni mga majority, no? Uh, Sumoto siya. Mayor, at least 23 years old, at least 21 years of the age of independent component cities, resident voter in the city or municipality, a resident of the city or municipality for at least 1 year immediately preceding the election, able to read and write Filipino or any other local dialect. Supreme Court, location, natural born, at least 40 years of age, must have been 15 years or more as a judge of the lower court, a member of the judiciary, must be a person of proven competence, integrity, probity, and independence. So, asad to say, ladies and gentlemen, wag ani nagitataman kay alas 6 na. So, mo to siya. Any questions?
Okay, any questions from the group?
Sorry talaga no, di na makaya.
It's
But
okay,
I
Sir
hope
Kev.
you
It
learned
was rather
something.
comprehensive.
Oo,
Munang
sana
nadugay ta kay very
kayo.
comprehensive.
Oo, na yun yung mga ayo kung uh, sige kita na to na Jobert.
Everyone, we will be sharing with you the recorded presentation of
Yes.
this
Recorded presentation na lang siguro sa yes, ano?
yes, the virtual review. We'll be uploading this one in our close group na lang. Dito na lang nyo kita sa close group ang sa katong wala naka-attend o sa katong may naipay laing clarification on the topics discussed by Mr. Lagat.
I'm really sorry ha, no, di na gid makaya man. So sige lang. You can do it man. Basa lang jud basa.
Thank you so much, Sir
And
Kevin.
wala na diri nagpabilin nga mo take. Ano?
So far, sir, murag upat na ni ka students, 5 ka students ang na.
Sige, I hope you like. More gito, ladies and gentlemen. So, God bless everyone. And thank
Will
you.
you be sharing your presentation to the closed group, sir?
I don't know, ma'am. Kita na to. But the recording man will be shared.
Yes. It's much
Uh,
better lang ang recording kay mas daghan ka gi-share.
True.
yes, ma'am. Also the PowerPoint, ma'am, on the confidentiality of the questions
Lisod na.
provided by Sir Kevin Lagat.
Intellectual
Yes po.
property.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much, sir. So if any other questions, please kuha na lang sa close group. Sir Jason, can you please put the link sa close group para ma sila or members na ba ni sila?
Some of the participants here, ma'am, are actually still students of STED.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
all our reviewees are actually actually have a group chat, and I have already shared with them the link to the closed group po para sa review.
Okay, so I think that ends the web view for the Gen Ed and Social Studies. Now, may I present the certificate of recognition to our lecturer? The citation reads Biliran Province State University School of Teacher Education awards this certificate of recognition to Kevin T. Lagat, Special Assistant to the Administration and Finance, for his meritorious and invaluable services extended as reviewer on the topics under General Education, Social Studies during the STED Free Webview on September 16, 2021 via Google Meet. Given the 16th day of September 2021 at Biliran Province State University, Aval Biliran, Province, Philippines. Signed, Victor Sicanizo Jr., EDD SUC President 3.
Mag-picture sa ta.
Thank
Open
you,
your
Sir
camera.
Kevin. Thank you. Yeah,
Mag-picture sa
Okay,
ta.
for
everyone.
those who are here, kindly open your camera for a photo
Eh,
op.
stop share sir.
We were able to take a picture katong buyag pata.
Oh, si Madjo noon eh. Gamay na kaya.
Yeah, everyone, kindly
Everyone,
open
please turn on
your
your
camera
cameras.
so we could
Lano
take a
ka.
picture.
Pasensya
Sir
gyud nagabisan
Kevin,
kita.
can you do the honor in taking a picture?
Sige, sige, sige. Jobert, si Kuan, Joven, si Ma'am Kuano. Lah, wala ko'y Kuan the other day. Instant.
Mark D.
1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. So,
Thank you so much participants nga lahutay gyud in tawon. Thank you so much,
Oo,
Sir Kev.
imagine, upat ka school year, dasok